Oh yeah. That was Day We Ran by Foaming. Or maybe it was Foaming by Day We Ran, I forget. I linked it in chat, but I like the song. What's up, Jen Sion? What's up, everybody? How does it feel to be a human being today? With all of your problems bouncing around in your head, unable to grasp them, unable to control your emotions towards them. But I would say, grasp them, control them, put a rope around them. Taylor G, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, Taylor. And Mike and Ike, welcome back for 11 months. What up? I'm almost my 1 year marker. I hope you got some good stories. We certainly do. These ones are about childhood trauma. I know all of you got lots of that, right? If there's anything TikTok has taught us, it's that every one of us are a trauma victim in all circumstances. Just being born on Earth, traumatic. Raya Rain, welcome. Or no, thank you for the 2. Happy birthday. I get 2 birthdays. Thank you for the 2. You get adulthood trauma. Yeah, they always forget about that. They're so focused on your trauma as a kid. They never worry about what it's like to be traumatized as an adult. I'll have to turn in my childhood story. It could fit in a neighbor's comp. Yeah, send it in. I'm trying to get everybody to do, we're just doing stories at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. It's just easier to keep it in one place. Hey Joel and fellow people who have excellent taste. Hello Alexis. What is good? What is hood? What is wood? And Okuyasu Nijimura with the 5 star. Finally go back to work tomorrow after a 2-month break. Gonna have a beer, a bowl, and a big old slice of breakfast pizza. Hell yeah, dude. Nice. How'd you get 2 months off? Did we already talk about it? You don't have to share if you don't want to, but that's amazing. Joel, I'm turning 30 soon. Do you feel any difference between at 30 as you did 29? I guess there was some sort of strange, odd difference. But I feel like a lot of it had to be just mental. But I will say that if you have some degree of shape that you want to maintain yourself in, that you start contemplating it now. So now that you're 30, if you had a bad diet, I would say try to get a good diet. Because 30s, whenever you start kind of say you all, you launch from planet and you're now you're at Neptune. And you really want to get control of your trajectory before you end up in Pluto or at the Kuiper Belt or whatever the fuck they call it. When I turned 30, my balls finally dropped, yeah. It was a momentous day. That's when I started my YouTube channel. Upon balls dropping. But then they went right back up. It was like Groundhog Day. 7 more years of prepubescence. Back in business. Oh, nice, Mom Blue. That's awesome. Got your husband didn't destroy your phone or whatever. I forget what you said. He threw it in the pool or something. I had a dream I met Joel, and he was a 26-year-old white boy, so not sure who to believe. The dream, yeah. 26, white. White. A white. He's a white man. How was my day? It was good. It was good. I finished up another Twist of History episode, which I should pin that. Okay. History podcast. New episodes every Wednesday. I'm going to link that real quick. New Twist of History, Battle of Actium. It's definitely a good episode. The history is getting twisted up. Your internet weirdo stories were awesome. Suggest everyone check it out. It was a good episode. There was some very strange ones. I'm curious how these will transpire as well. And that video did well. Like initially it was like a 1 out of 10. Everybody was on board with it. The one annoying thing is because I posted a short today and it made me realize like, dude, as soon as I post a video, a bunch of like those like sex bots that like, they all have the same comment. Like your content has been great for blah blah blah, and then it has like 3 emojis, and then their profile picture is always like something sexual, and it tries to get you to go to another website. Like, how do I make that stop? Is that even possible? My fear is like those types of bots actually like fuck up the channel, because it like, I don't know, if you get enough of them, does it tell YouTube that you're like, that people are like disinterested in your video, or you know what I mean? Like it's just really weird. That was you. That was all your bodies. It's just so annoying. It's like every time a new episode comes out, I have to like delete 5 of them. YouTube knows you like sex and bots. I know, we might as well just get right to the point. Turkey with the 5 says, just want to say Joel is the man. The History Podcast rocks. The Saturn Channel rocks too. The new King of the Hill was great. Oh yeah, I was curious. I saw Theo Von did a promo with like Hank Hill as his guest or whatever. And that's good to hear. King of the Hill was great. I don't, you know, it's been so long that since I've seen King of the Hill, it's like one of those like nostalgic shows where I'm not like laughing my ass off, but I'm just like peacefully content watching the characters play out. Kind of reminds me of like the Bob's Burgers kind of vibe, where I'm not like shitting myself, but I feel good watching it. Your content is amazing. Click here and I can help you stop the bots. Stop the bots. Christy, I need your assistance. You must debate the bots into a stupor. Okuyasu Nijumura with the 2 says, man up and take care of those poor ladies, Joe. It's true. The clankers. The clankers just want some hanky. Some clanky panky. Crazy bot stories. Used to love King of the Hill. Have you changed? And I love Theo Von. Always funny as hell. He's great, man. Like his like off the cuff shit is just, his brain is, it's like somewhere else, dude. He's just like thinking about like a freaking sausage patty comes at you flying like a meteor from slingshotted from the moon. Just absolutely goes up one of your orifices and makes you think to yourself, maybe I didn't have it all that bad. Bareback, wireback action. Childhood trauma is not suitable for a scary story. I would get demonetized. Oh man, too tired to fight you today, Joel. Or am I? It's okay. You can fight me on anything. I got nothing better to do, my dudes. I'm here to argue. Oh shit. I gotta twerk. Hold on. Imagine if you were debating and you had to twerk. Oh shit. Somehow that beat actually went kind of good with the break beat in the background. Roki with the 50. Dollarino's big 50. Right after this, I probably shouldn't listen to childhood trauma stories or I might get triggered and have a mental breakdown or worse. Lol. So this is the first one I'm not going to listen to. Hope you enjoy. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Roki. Do you think that's going to be an issue? Do you think for releasing? Do you think people just like won't want to listen to it because of something like that? But either way, Roki, thank you for being here and thank you for supporting with a massive $50 donation. Love you, bro. If you ever want to do another British gang or British true crime stories video, I'd love to see you talk about the Brinks Matt robbery. My late granddad was actually supposed to be there that day. Damn, what happened? Throwing it back. What's up, Beth? I feel like twerking for debates would make a presidential debate. I know, you should be able to donate, and there's like text-to-speech donations during the presidential debates to like interrupt them or bring something up. It'd be really funny. Or like you just let people at home donate, and you know, the highest donation gets to ask the questions. Which, if you think about it, that's how the society works anyways. Whatever lobbying groups gives them the most money, that ends up or you know, whoever pays the media the most money, you get to controlled discourse. Anytime you want to stop a woman in her tracks, just twerk, at least according to Jordan Peterson, yeah. How do we stop workplace harassment? Oh, you know, it's pretty simple, really. You just got to throw that shit back and make that shit clap. Bloody clap. You know? The modern horrors of postmodernism has brought a woman to her knees, and now she must share. What was it again? Oh yeah, there's 2 girls in simply 1 cup. That's my favorite meme. Did you hear about what happening with Mr. Interscare, the AI contract he signed? Yeah, my friend sent me that, because they said, I mean, just to give some context, at least I don't really have the full context because I didn't look into it, but what was it? It was like, well, not to throw anybody's drama out there, but it is what it is. I guess the Interscare channel was sold for $16,000, which I thought was kind of funny. I don't know, just funny to think like somebody paid 16 grand for like a channel that they essentially won't even really be able to like make much money from, probably because people are like aware of the issues there. But I don't know, supposedly the person who purchased it, whether it's like, some scammer from India or some shit, I have no idea, but they're trying to like teach an AI language model type thing how to use like my voice and like no sleep stories or something, and then basically continue the channel from that point using an AI version of like myself mixed maybe with Interscare or something. I'm just kind of speculating from whatever I gathered in that video, but I don't think they understand, like, because we dealt with this already where someone tried to copy my voice, and there's like a specific thing that YouTube added a while back related to if people try to replicate your likeness, both in voice or appearance, on YouTube, basically you can report them for that specifically. So like, now, I mean, thank you to Interscare's wife or what, and all that, to make me aware, because now we can just keep an eye out for that channel to, I guess, do that. And then it was Sydney Sweeney, yeah. Sydney Sweeney will be posting all of her gene-based OnlyFans over on there. She's my gal. So I think from what my grandma mentioned, my granddad basically worked security for Heathrow Airport, and granddad was supposed to help exchange money with the Brinks workers on the day of the robbery. Oh, shitskis, that'd be scary. Well, I'm glad he's okay. Otherwise, would you even be here? Symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeast. The SCOBY. I don't know if you ever watch XQC, but I saw these funny clips where it was like XQC making music on, what's that like, not Rock Band, but Fruity Loops or something like that. And then the music that he came up with, like somebody described as like bacteria music. It was just like so fucking funny. But then like a couple reels later, it showed him like improving in like a really short period of time, and his music was actually really good. I was like, oh shit, we got producer XQC on the beat, baby. Jizlet with the 5 says, Ayo bro, I've been watching you for like 6 years, never caught a live. This is wild, love you bro, you're great. Thank you, dude. Yeah, for anybody new to the stream, we just I'm gonna jump into recording here. We're gonna make it a little bit spooky, and then I'm gonna be recording scary stories. So if I start and stop a lot, you already know. 1 second. Do. Having some technical issues right quick. Okay. I think we should be good now. I'll be listening on Spotify tomorrow too. Nice, thank you. Thank you guys. Who collected Pogs? I remember I was convinced back whenever Pogs were a thing that if you, I don't know, knocked over somebody else's Pogs, you just got to keep them all. That was what I gathered from the commercial, and I did convince someone before challenging me to Pogs that I could do that if I were to knock all those over, and obviously I knocked them over because it's a pile of fucking cardboard. And I almost made it out of there, but they stopped me. Love you, bro, but I gotta check for it. Deepest, toughest voice, even the first episode. Wait, what is it? I've listened to every episode. You gotta check out episode 149. Joel did the deepest, toughest voice, even won the first episode. I was... what did I do? I don't remember. A deep, tough voice. Hey, yo, I'm feeling real tough. I'm feeling real deep. I'm in there nice and deep like. Nice and tough. He beat me jup. Mom, he just beat me jup. Pradeep took your money. Get it, Pradeep. Come on. Let's get out of here. Alright, I shouldn't have drank Dr. Pepper because now I got a burp. Unlucky world we live in. That's how you play Pogs? Exactly, that's what I said. Some people don't like to play hardcore mode. And somehow I was punished. I have this traumatic childhood memory that I cannot forget. Sometimes I dream about it or just think about it late at night when I can't sleep and I'm feeling stressed. It sucks, and I thought maybe posting about it might help me get over it a little. So I'm sending this to you today, and when I was a kid, we were always struggling for money. I feel like we moved houses maybe 6 or 7 times, usually a downgrade to a much cheaper property, even a trailer one time, followed by a big upgrade because my dad never lived within our means. As soon as he had hit a bit of dough. No slammers though. Dude, I think I slammed the shit out of those Pogs. I was Pog champ. I was Poggers. Poggy Woggy. So Joel, how do you record these, like with the background pulled up for viewers? I use a program called Streamlabs OBS. One microphone in front of me is connected to that Streamlabs in which you're hearing me through, and then another microphone collects all the recorded information that I can edit later.
Oh my God, help me.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, where were we at? As soon as he had a bit of dough, we started spending it, living in luxury. It was kind of sweet. He wanted to provide for me, my mom, and my baby brother, but he just wasn't good at keeping hold of money. When he had a job on... When he had a good job, we'd get takeout food every day, and he'd shower us with toys and mom with gifts. Then we'd lose everything and end up in some dirty-ass trailer park or something, and everyone would be stressed. Dad would never take it out on us, but he'd take it out on himself, smoking and drinking and falling into a stupor, so it took longer to break out of the rut and find the next job. I never really knew what my father did for work. He didn't have a profession exactly. He took on random jobs and schemes pretty much. He was always looking for his latest get-rich-quick gimmick, and if I'd try to list or even remember most of them, I'd probably be here all night. One time he sold cigarettes out of the back of his car until the the Lao. The Lao. Dun, dun, dun. Each player keeps any face-up caps and is to restack the face-down caps, repeating the process until none land face-down, at which point the player who collected the most caps wins the game of Pogs. Okay, I thought mine was just like if I knocked it off the tower, I get to keep all of your belongings and your women as concubines. That was a little ruthless. Do I add protein powder in my hot dog water? I should. Just chocolate starfish flavored hot dog water. Do you pay for Streamlabs or something? I've been wondering how to record stories for years, but never really researched how or had the time. Well, Streamlabs isn't necessarily for recording, though you can. It's mainly for it's one of the many programs that you can stream to all the different platforms. I think that there's this one program, what the heck's it called? Well, let me look it up real quick. Streaming programs. There's some free ones. So we got OBS Studio, Restream, XSplit, vMix, Ecamm, Wirecast, Lightstream, NVIDIA Shadowplay, StreamYard. That's the one I heard. I heard that one's free. And you can stream to simulcast to a bunch of different things. But if you want to record stories or audio as a narrator over something, the best program that's a called Audacity, and you can find a bunch of tutorials on YouTube on how to use it. But it's honestly very easy, and a lot of narrators that I've known have used Audacity. I just have a microphone that has a memory card, so it's a little bit different. Oh yeah, no worries. One time, he sold cigarettes out of the back of his car until the law shut him down. Another time, he got a group of parolee friends working as home decorators. I did not expect the word home decorators in there. Another time, he got a group of parolee friends working as home decorators until a client realized that he didn't have the necessary licenses and insurance when one of the guys fell through the roof. It was just things like this, all the time, and while he was a fun dad, it also made my childhood incredibly stressful, especially after my baby brother Barton was born and wouldn't stop crying all the time. The specific memory that sticks in my mind happened when we were renting a fairly nice house in the suburbs. I guess Dad's latest scheme had been paying off because things had been going well for a while, and I was beginning to let myself relax. I remember the sun was setting, so that it must have been mid-evening when the knock on the door came. I knew my mom and dad were downstairs with Barton, so I was surprised when the knock sounded again and nobody answered. I looked out the window of my bedroom at the front of the house. A guy was standing at the door. He looked up at me, and something about him terrified me. I know it's silly, but in my head I kind of equate him to that Rocksteady character from the Ninja Turtles. You know, that big rhinoceros. Holy shit. Video game references are so funny. What's up, Story Nest? How you doing, dude? Honestly, I would not be surprised. I'm surprised there doesn't already exist an app where people who are parolees or fresh out of prison can go on the app to just find the cheapest work, where everybody on there is kind of half expecting, or expecting everyone on there to be ex-convicts, and so it's the people hiring them can see what their history is immediately, right? Oh, it's called Uber. Good. Yeah, Uber Eats. Dude, I saw a clip where it was showing some guy, I don't know if it was Texas or where he was, but he did Uber Eats for 12 hours essentially, and had some decent tips, but it was he ended up calculating that he was making $6 an hour. So I was just thinking, that sucks. I thought the whole point of Uber and Uber Eats and shit was to grind to the extent that you were making more than you could at minimum wage stuff. Those jobs do not pay. That sucks. I thought that was like a side grind that people like kind of fought over in a way. Like, obviously not everybody wants to work 2 jobs, but I thought it was just one that like anybody could jump on board and be making like $14 an hour out the gate or some shit if they were doing like pretty decent. You should make 20 an hour. Some people just don't know how to say no to bad orders. Oh, okay. So it's all about the strategy on the orders that you pick, I guess. Yeah, and that's not, the fact that it's like your car and like all the other expenses that come out of your side. It paid during the pandemic. Oh yeah, did they increase it during that period of time? And I'm curious to what extent the Uber Eats or Uber itself, how much they take out of the overall charge or percentage or some shit like that. You know that big rhinoceros with a tank top, khaki pants, and big boots? This guy reminded me of him, only, human. He had this mullet that looked ex-army and an earring that kind of glinted in one ear and tattoos all up his thick, muscled arms. He must have caught sight of me looking at him because he looked up and kind of scowled at me from under a very thick, ugly unibrow. I know I'm probably imagining him as more troll-like and terrifying in my mind than he actually was, but I guess that's how childhood traumas kind of get at you, I guess. Rocksteady began. Are they gonna call him Rocksteady? Lynn with the 2 says, that's my purse, I don't know you. That's probably the most iconic episode, is just Bobby kicking people in the nuts. And then when he goes to kick his mom's vagina, she just like doesn't react at all. You should make top scary O-Block stories. O-Block. Is that like, did you mean to say Roblox stories? There's an army cadence called Rocksteady. How's that go? I used to DoorDash, but it would take me too far from home, so I quit. Yeah, it's annoying. I guess if you don't live in like a city area, you're going to be going like a densely populated area. God dang it, Bobby, you just kicked me right in the pussy. And now I'm going to call him Rocksteady, but he began hammering on the front door with a very meaty fist. He shouted that he knew we were home. He'd seen someone in the upstairs window. An instant terror and guilt flooded through me. Immediately, I heard footsteps downstairs, Dad going to the front door and Mom coming upstairs. My bedroom door opened just as I heard the front door unlatch. Mom was holding Barton, reassuring me that everything was okay and to come back into the room and play. I ignored her and ran to the window. Dad had stepped outside into the front yard with Rocksteady. This Rocksteady guy was sizing up to Dad, looming over him and very menacingly. And Rocksteady was sizing up Dad, looming over him very menacingly. And my dad wasn't a fighter. He wasn't a buff guy who worked out. He was fairly short, and in my mind, he was fragile. He was always smiling and joking and being silly, and the idea of someone like Rocksteady hurting him seemed like a genuine possibility. Even more so as I watched this guy grab Dad by his shirt and drag him into the street. I started to cry and bang on the window, but Mom came and pulled me away and made me play with Barton for a bit, even though inside I was... Oh, there's Hannah and Hawkington. What's up, guys? Rock steady, roll when you're ready. You got the right to rock steady. You got the right to roll when you're ready. That's the cadence. Is that it? Do I have a secret twin? Yeah, I'm digging in my butt, twin. He's the secret twin, the one who digs in his asshole. I'm eating McDonald's and regretting every moment of it. It's okay. You have to, if you're gonna eat bad, you have to not regret it, because if you regret it, your body will feel stressed and then want to create more fat. So when you eat bad, you have to be excited about it and enjoy every moment so that your body doesn't even know what to do. It's like, whoa, this should actually burn fat. What's my name? My name's Sophia Morgan. You may have heard of me. Bug spray works better than mace because it's poison. You just make the person you spray like completely blind. Hey Heather, no worries, good to see you. What's my favorite snack? Fucking apples with peanut butter, crunchy peanut butter all day, every day, until I'm dead and fat. What's worse, being dead or being fat? I started to cry and bang on the window, but Mom came and pulled me away and made me play with Barton for a bit, even though inside I was absolutely breaking. After 5 minutes or so, Mom had to use the bathroom, so I darted to the window again. Dad and Rockstar... Damn, I can't say this guy's name. Apples with peanut butter is so slept on. It's true, dude. I feel like most of life is pretty much just like peaked. Most of life is peaked at 4 years old, I would say. You pretty much have everything figured out at that point. You know that you like apples and peanut butter, soda kicks ass, fucking kicking a ball around is awesome, playing video games and watching cartoons, hanging out with friends and like laughing at physical comedy and farts. Just like everything just like comes, like every aspect of consciousness just meets in that one moment that you come to at 4 years old. And for some reason we fight so hard to get away from that, but I think we all eventually return home. Alexa to fart 99 times in a row. Alexa, fart 99 times in a row, could you? I can't do that, Joel. Please insert a quarter. All right. Please insert another quarter. I have to insert 99 quarters into my Alexa to get her to fart on my face. I'm writing research paper while this plays because I have ADHD brain that won't let me focus on one thing at a time. Dude, I don't know how people with ADHD could ever focus while listening to me. Whenever I would study in school, I always needed like lyricless music. I don't know if, obviously everybody's brain's a little bit different, but if I heard lyrics while I'm trying to study, it just would like throw my brain towards the lyricalness. Songs with creepy backstories. Those were good. That was a solid. My inner 4-year-old says add chocolate to the PB the next time. Yeah, oh yeah, it's so good. Nutella. Dad and Rocksteady were in the street. Dad was pacing back and forth, gesturing and talking animatedly in his way. Rocksteady seemed calmer and was leaning up against a muscle car. I watched as Dad and Rocksteady shook hands, and then Dad came back into the house. He was all smiles and cheer after that. Nothing to worry about, he said. Just a simple misunderstanding. I feel like I gotta convey that a little bit better. Dad was paid by gesturing. Oh, sorry. Yeah, let me restart that again. C Money, welcome back for 16 months. Hey, homie, can you share my GFM? What's a GFM? I have CHF and need help paying for cardiac therapy that's not covered. I'm halfway to my goal. Oh, GFM, like you're raising money for... Oh, GoFundMe, duh. Sorry. Yeah, what's your goal? What is the goal for... So you have chronic heart failure? Is it chronic heart failure? Or is it... No, congestive heart failure. Duh, sorry. Go fart me. Congestive heart failure. Paying for cardiac therapy. What's cardiac therapy? And, yeah, what is that? what does that entail, and how much do you need? Man, still find it so weird you guys don't have NHS. Well, I don't know. I know it's different from state to state pertaining to your health insurance, but I feel like at this point, if we were to restructure our healthcare in correlation to our tax system, for as fucking corrupt our insurance companies are at this point, I can only assume that whatever form of forced healthcare that they could come up with would just gouge the taxpayer to such an extent, while providing us next to nothing as far as quality product of coverage, that it would just be almost an impossibility at this point. But at the same time, I'm just kind of talking on my ass, so I don't really know what it would manifest into. I don't know how good Obamacare was for some people, how that went. I genuinely don't. So I mean, if you've experienced that, but I don't know, it sounds like since then the health coverage is just an absolute turmoil. I know my health insurance by itself as an independent contractor is Obama, it's $600 a month. It's fucking nuts. Obamacare saved your life. That's good, yeah. Obama cares. You say Obama an absurd amount. That's funny, yeah. Once you hear it, you can't stop hearing it everywhere. My son and I tried making Tang Hulu today. It was delicious. What's that? Obamacare sounds like a chocolate bar, yeah. It's almost as good as a Mr. Beast bar. Dad was pacing back and forth, gesturing and talking animatedly in his way. Oh, man. After 5 minutes or so, Mom had to use the bathroom, so I darted to the window again. Dad and Rocksteady were in the street. Dad was pacing back and forth, gesturing and talking animatedly in his way, and Rockstar seemed calmer and was leaning up against a muscle car. I watched as Dad and Rockstar shook hands, and then Dad came back into the house. He was all smiles and cheery after that. Nothing to worry about, he said. Just a simple misunderstanding. Rocksteady was a guy he worked with, and his paycheck hadn't gone through, but it was all sorted out now, and everything had been squared away. I told Dad that the man reminded me of that rhino guy from Turtles, and he seemed to find that hilarious. Rockstar, Rocksteady. Yeah, I don't know. It's he's referring to it from the more recent Rocksteady games, but then it's just a little confusing. NHS is a lifeline in the UK, Ireland. Not amazing, but def required. Yeah, I have some friends from the UK, and some of them went through some pretty, traumatic experiences pertaining to healthcare, and they just said, at least from their experience, they said it was some of the slowest. They said it was absolutely necessary to save their life in some circumstances, but they said it was some of the slowest and most uncertain moments in their life pertaining to how their healthcare was going to proceed. I think at one point mainly because there was some aspect of a surgery they needed where the individuals that were their surgeon had been there since the 1970s, and they were so behind in their I don't know, the specific manner in which they approached that ailment for surgery, that it was, I don't know, it could have put them in a pretty precarious position if they were stuck with that person. I don't know. I'm not trying to poo-poo everything, because I get it, it's fucked, but I guess all of life is kind of fucked. Are you always live when recording, or what days? I want to catch these more. I didn't realize how funny you are. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It's every Sunday and Wednesday I record live, mainly because I'm bored, but also because I like hanging out with you guys, and it keeps me focused on doing this task, because new videos come out every Monday and Thursday, a schedule I set myself, but I want to make sure I stay to my arbitrary YouTube schedule. Am I single? Oh, Turkey single. There you go. A match made in heaven. And hey, Vaughn. I met the guy who was going to give me my RoboCop legs. What? You get those? How'd you get those? I'm a nursing assistant in the NHS, and my friend died waiting on a transplant. He was only 40. It's not great, but honestly, most people benefit from it as taxpayers. We pay too. Yeah, no, for sure. I guess it's difficult because how do you how does one systematically analyze or compare? That's why I've always kind of wanted like a really good book that I could just like listen, sit down and read, audiobook, whatever, about like a very objective perspective of the benefits of like universal healthcare versus private, as far as cost and wait times and, outcomes and, you know what I mean? Like all that kind of stuff. And I guess you could split people up into like different demographics based on like how much they make and how it's benefited them versus the individuals that might make more. Yeah, if you date me, you have to be prepared to be trapped inside my walls forever. And keep them clean in there. I like a clean interior wall. That sounded weird. Anyways. Oy vey. Oy vey, Joel. Joel. Okay. I told Dad that reminded me of I remember telling my dad that he reminded me of Rhino from the Turtles. I told my dad that guy reminded me of the Rhino from Ninja Turtles, and he seemed to find that hilarious. And I thought Mom was calm and fine with it too, but in retrospect, goddamn, I cannot fucking read. You thought I was from the UK for the longest time? Really? Even with the voice? Or even from the narration? Which area of the UK did you... Where'd you think I was from, eh? Alright, that sounds Australian, they say that. Oi, where'd you think I was from? Birmingham, eh? You come through here, you're gonna get a fucking poker in your pee hole. 'Cause that's what we do. That's a specific thing that we do around here. It's part of our culture. Sticking a knife in your fucking pee-pee. I'm not happy about it, but, it's just something we've done forever. That's not a Birmingham accent? Son of a gun. What? How did you... You don't need to call me out like that. Oh, it's London. Yeah, I forgot where I was from for a second. Sheffield. Shitfield. I'm from Liverstool. That show, Arrested Development. If you never had the experience of watching Arrested Development all 4 seasons from beginning to end, that's a fucking funny show, man. And, the one guy with the mustache, I forget it, Toby, right? He, at one point pretends to be like a British nanny for some reason, but he says he's from Blackstool. And he bought a whole, car with a UK flag on it, a Mini Coupe, and then would accidentally drive on the wrong side of the road. And he's like, oh, sorry, that's not how we do it back in Blackstool. Blackstool. I don't know. That's what's so insane is we don't really have comedy nowadays, in my opinion. To the degree in which you have to be intelligent to write it. Outside of just Instagram reel memes. I don't really know where you're supposed to find comedy. What the hell was that? Something from Blackstool. Black Cauldron, but it's about a broken toilet. Yeah. Well, stool is poop, right? Another word for stool or for poop is stool. And then black stool, so your stool is black. I don't know, I guess as a nurse I just thought that was funny as fuck. because I don't know if I thought in my mind that I'm the only person picking up on that, but I got a dog in my throat. I know. I don't know if British people still do jokes since it's like illegal to be funny over there anymore, but I'm not sure. Well, that's the thing, is that it wasn't even a British written show. It was American. Yeah, black stool means a GI bleed. That's right. Yeah, that's what it was. Extra hilarious. I told Dad that man reminded me of the Rhino from Ninja Turtles, and he seemed to find that hilarious. I thought Mom was calm and fine too, but in retrospect, she clearly wasn't. I went to bed more relaxed that night. It was around 1 a.m. when I heard the crash. It was coming from downstairs, the sound of wood splintering and the front door being kicked in. I looked out the window in terror to see 3 men filing through our front door. What's up, Shorn? How you doing, buddy? British comedy used to be like Capital. Yeah, I mean, what was the one? Snuffbox. Do you know the show Snuffbox? There was only 6 episodes, but that shit was so fucking funny. I said I was bored? Did I say I was bored? It's not illegal to be funny, you spanner. That's why I'm a free woman. Oh, I get what you mean. Well, anyways, someone will be to your house shortly to throw you in the loony bin. Shit show, black purse, Bahal gold. Drink feck. You do lives because you're bored. Well, I would be bored if I was recording it by myself. That's why it's a little bit like, it's weird recording the Twist of History and No Sleep stuff by myself, because I'm so used to like interacting or doing something in the midst of recording it, that getting like absolutely locked in to like only record is just a wee bit different. But there is a part of me sometimes with like how busy I am, I'm like, fuck, do I even have time to like if I want to like keep everything in like a specific allotment of time throughout my day for recording, a part of me feels bad where I'm like, do I even have time to like live stream anymore? I don't know. Obviously right now it's fine, but do a live stream of Twist of History? I mean, maybe if they would allow that. I don't know. I mean, I would hate to like give away the story. I looked out the window in terror to see 3 men coming through our front door, and Rocksteady was taking up the rear. There was commotion from elsewhere upstairs, Mom and Dad reacting to the break-in, I now know, and then smashing and breaking glass from downstairs, and next, screaming and yelling. I could now hear 4 male voices, including my father's, and then my mom screaming. Finally, Barton started crying, adding to the cacophony, and Mom's footsteps. Damn, fucking hell. Then smashing the brick. There was what am I even doing? I could hear. Okay, sorry. Finally, Barton started crying, adding to the cacophony, and Mom's footsteps. Son of a fucking bitch. Strauss, outdoors, thank you for the 10, appreciate you. Hey Joel, if you were president, would you pardon me if I was guilty of trafficking myself to Big G? Who's Big G? But yeah, your pardon, day 1 pardon. I got a pre-written pardon right here. Get out of jail free card. You and Ghislaine Maxwell, you are out, free to go. Dude, what is like actually gonna happen when Trump pardons Ghislaine Maxwell? Because as far as I've heard right now, she has said that like Trump hasn't done anything, but it's like, how are you supposed to fucking trust? I don't know, the whole thing makes no fucking sense, man. I don't want to like jump into it because go down that rabbit hole for an hour, but it's all of it just, Well, that's the thing. It's like it says he's in the files, but then she's saying that he didn't do anything like uncouth. But at the same time, it's like he's also the one, it's like a definitive conflict of interest because he's also the one pardoning her. But then it doesn't make any sense because why the fuck are they even in this position whenever like that whole camp was the one who, one, arrested, what's his name? Fucking Jeffrey Epstein. And two, kept like talking about it for years and years on end. I like don't understand how they could have found themselves in a position where they talk about it forever, act like it's the world's biggest conspiracy, and then literally be the ones implicated in the process and then attempt to like obfuscate and not talk about it. It just, to me, it's like a next level mind fuck that I cannot wrap my head around. Did you hear that Jeffrey was an informant for the FBI? Oh yeah, if he's some sort of like foreign asset, right? Whether it's Mossad or whoever it was, like guarantees, going to be integrated with other intel agencies. I mean, his girlfriend Maxwell's like dad supposedly was like a triple agent with fucking MI6, Mossad, and the CIA, so the whole thing just stinks. It's weird. She got moved to a country club prison. Nice, now she can golf all day. I don't know, it's weird. It's so fucking weird. Do you remember like hearing like, didn't she know how to like operate a submarine and then operate a helicopter? Wasn't that like one of her skills, was like the fact that she knew how to fly helicopters? Ghislaine Maxwell. I hate the way our country is going. We need Joel Country. Dude, at this point, okay, think about this. Like, open up your brains for 2 seconds to the most insane shit that you could ever imagine. What was the year 1980 to 2000? 20 years. 2000 to 2025. 45 years. Guys, when Donald Trump was interacting with someone that may or may not have been an asset of intelligence communities to blackmail individuals with sex crimes and all that kind of stuff under the, hopes to, I don't know, control those individuals pertaining to their specific specialities, right? In him, I guess it would be like New York's fucking real estate or some shit like that, or entertainment business, you know what I mean? Like, okay, think about that. That happened in the 80s and 90s. So at the very least, the current president of the United States may or may not have been blackmailed by intelligence agencies for 30 plus years. What the fuck? Like, what is that? Does that not like strike a chord with anyone as like kind of odd, in the sense of like, yeah, now people kind of like trust, but then at the same time, his like side, the conservative side or whatever you want to call it, were like sounding the horn of that aspect of corruption and blackmail and major world conspiracy and that kind of thing. But at the same time, that same guy was controlled by those same intelligence groups, presumably controlled, and if you're blackmailed, you're controlled, right? But for 30 plus years. And then these same intelligence groups that, are supposedly attempting to like protect the country, I guess, or like be aware of everyone's movements within the country or other external entities' movements, just kind of casually allows this guy to become president. And I guess you could also say Bill Clinton too. Bit odd. Like, whether that was before or after, you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know. Well, it's just strange because it's like that would indicate that, like, does that mean that was pre-selected? Was this individual pre-selected to be president and be like a very divisive figure within the media and, population to divide left and right for 30 plus years? You know what I mean? Like, is that not like strange? Like that would take some fucking like massive amounts of like coordination and control over a nation's voting systems, over a nation's media apparatus, over a nation's, I don't even know, general familiarity with the character of Donald Trump in general. Like, not only was he like this big real estate mogul guy, but he's also on television, you know what I mean, everywhere with fucking The Apprentice and WWE and all these different shows, you know, and he usually was actually looked in a pretty favorable sense until the 2016 election and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know, to me, it's just none of it makes any fucking sense. I mean, it makes some sense, but it makes no sense at all, to the point where I'm almost like, is this all just to kind of like get everyone to like lose complete and utter faith in this said system, even though most people probably already felt that way in general. But now it's like, it feels almost like it's getting closer and closer to a degree of irrefutable proof that something external from like the voters gets to like decide who the next leader is and what the new zeitgeist and energy of the population is going to be and all these types of things. And I don't know, it's like fucking making my brain explode. Not really that much, because I've been thinking about it for a long time, but now that it's like officially out there, it's very, very weird. It's orchestrated by interdimensional beings that can see the future. Oh, there you go. I mean, maybe. At this point, I wouldn't be fucking surprised. I remember seeing an episode of like the X-Files whenever like we dropped the nukes or whatever, that's what attracted some degree of like, you know, aliens to the Earth, pertaining to like whatever sort of expanding signals are emanated from nuclear explosions or atomic signals, and then thus began, I don't know, that's probably over. That's too, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's probably just humans that have been in positions of power for like long periods of time, and the same playbook has been the same thing every time. Like, you divide a population and then it crumbles in on itself. And in many ways, if people are conditioned to being accepting of that divisionary population, then whenever things do eventually turn to chaos, everyone's kind of just accepting of it. They're like, yeah, you know, everyone wasn't really getting along, so maybe we should have a civil war, or maybe we should. You're worried about me? You should be. History repeats itself. There's a reason that's a saying. But I'm starting to think that it's not so organic in the reason that history repeats itself. I'm just starting to think that in many ways a lot of the repetitive history aspects are almost like curated in a sense, like through some like anticipated playbook, you know? Pradeep blackmails me to clean up his shit. Does it ever make you nervous to delve into these things and maybe someday some suits will show up on your doorstep? No, because I mean, everything that I've like looked into and talked about, it's like, and at this point, the fact that the news is discussing it, it's like it's public record, you know, that these interactions happened, that there's, you know, a lot of like inference, I suppose, but not too much. I don't know. But I feel like it really doesn't take that much of like pattern recognition to start to put like a few pieces together, to start at least wondering things, you know what I mean? Finally, Barton started crying, adding to the cacophony, and Mom's footsteps came thundering upstairs. I'd already locked my door and she rattled on it. I asked who it was and she said it was Mom. She said it was good that I'd locked my door and to keep it locked and stay there, and she was going to take Barton into their room. She told me not to come out under any circumstances, and that Daddy was fine and not to worry. His friends had just come over and they were just being loud. Even at my young age, I knew that this was all nonsense, but I told Mom I'd stay put. So I had to sit there on my bed listening to the three men smash up our things downstairs. Dad was yelling for a while, and then I heard another crash, and his voice stopped. I was crying myself. I was crying to myself, these heavy sobs, and I felt like my chest was going to burst and my heart would explode. It felt like the chaos went on forever. Eventually, things fell silent and I thought I was safe. And suddenly there was a hammering on my door. The wooden frame shuddered and I screamed. A male voice I didn't recognize called out, telling me to open the door. I'll just call this one Creepshow. And he called me a little B-word and said that if I was Colin's daughter, Colin was my dad, I was gonna suffer. Now Creepshow started saying all these awful things he was going to do to me. Creepshow. Be right back. What's up, tea time? Did I already say hi? What time is it? It is 11 past midnight for me. I'm on the East Coast of the USA. Joel, when will the stream end today? It might be like 3 hours from now or something. Creepshow started saying all these awful things he was going to do to me that I don't want to repeat here. Stuff that as a little kid I'd never even heard of before. I was still sobbing, crying, and freaking out. Then I heard a bang from out in the hallway, like someone punching a wall. A voice asked what the F Creepshow was talking about, and I recognized the voice as that Rocksteady guy. Creepshow said that Colin's daughter, the little B-word, was hiding in here and he was going to drag her out and show Colin what happened to the daughters of men who don't pay up. Rocksteady absolutely lost it. He started screaming at this guy, saying that I was only 7 years old and what kind of sicko threatens a kid. That they were... What kind of sicko? $11 past is 12:08. I was thinking about how weird it would be if, like, I don't know, you guys asked me what time it was, and I said, like, some really weird time, and you're like, what? Or, just all sorts of, like, strange time anomalies, like you guys saying, like, why are you streaming so early? Or why, all these, like, things where I looked at all my clocks, and for me, it's, I don't know, 11 past midnight or whatever, and for all you guys, it's times that shouldn't make any sense based on where you're at, and I'm stuck in some strange paradox. How crazy would that be? Rocksteady absolutely lost it. He started screaming at this guy, saying that I was only 7 years old and what kind of sicko threatens a kid. That they were just here to scare Colin to get what they were owed, but this was way over the line. Creepshow didn't back down and started hurling abuse at Rocksteady. There was a moment of silence, and then suddenly my door came splintering open. A man I didn't even recognize, who I later learned was Creepshow, flew backwards into the room, having just been drop-kicked probably through the door by that Rocksteady guy. And now Rocksteady rushed into the room, grabbed this Creepshow from... And then Rockstar rushed into the room, grabbed Creepshow from the floor, dragged him up and threw him out. He looked at me, and the terrifying guy I'd been so afraid of suddenly melted away, and his face softened. I've never seen someone transform like that before or since. Rocksteady told me he was sorry. He didn't really mean for things to go this way. And then he returned to beating the absolute crap out of Creepshow for daring to threaten a little girl like that. The outcome of this story is truly bizarre. Rocksteady felt genuinely bad. What's one place you want to visit so bad? I mean, definitely Japan. There's just something so amazing about that place. I mean, I guess some people will be like, they're great, but it's like, well, Yeah, I guess. I mean, everywhere. I'm sure everywhere's cool. Let's think. Where else is cool? I called him Rockstar. Ah, shit. Japan or Iceland? Yeah, Iceland does look sick too. Japan is beautiful. Okay, yeah, I'm going. I'm going there. I'm going to Iceland. When? I have no idea. Look at this graph. The outcome of this story is truly bizarre. Rocksteady genuinely felt so bad about bringing that kind of person to our house that he even offered to pay Dad for the damage. Dad was a bit bruised and scared, but ultimately okay. He didn't really want to call the cops because, well, whatever he was involved in probably wasn't very legal. Rocksteady and the other guy, who was just some sidekick that I never even saw, promised that they'd take Creepshow away and deal with him. Dad told us later that the three men were just some bikers that he'd hired to work on a Every time I see you make me laugh. Look at this meme. Joel, you just want to repopulate Japan. Honestly though, do you blame me? I'd like to go to Japan and be the new Temujin. Be the new Kublai Khan. Did Genghis Khan ever go over to Japan by chance? With the Jin dynasty. Every time I do, it makes me crap. Never been out the U.S. before. It's whatever, you know. There's lots of cool places here. Genghis Khan is a major weeb, yeah. Winnie the Pooh is named after a bear named Winnie, who was named after Winnipeg. Oh, nice. Jamaica might take me to your... Oh yeah, Jamaica was nice. Well, it was... The resort was nice. The rest of Jamaica was a little rough, obviously. Dad told us later that the three men were some bikers he'd hired to work on a project with him, and something had gone wrong with paying them apparently. He made things right with Rocksteady, and after that, Dad went completely straight. I guess it took my life being threatened to finally wake him up. I guess it took my life being threatened to finally wake him up. Dad passed away recently, and he lived an honest life ever since that day. I have no idea what happened to Rocksteady or that Creepshow guy, and it's not Rocksteady who causes me to wake up at night, panicking and scared. It's Creepshow. The things he said to me through that door, the punishments he promised to beat out of me, they're not anything that a 7-year-old girl should ever have to hear. No, I'm sure Creepshow isn't even alive anymore. When Rocksteady drop-kicked him through my bedroom door, he looked like he must have been in his 50s even then. He'd had to have been over 80 by now, so I can only hope that he died in pain and misery. But sometimes late at night I imagine that he's still out there, walking up the stairs in my bedroom door. Whoops. You're back. Welcome back, Jizzlit. It's lit. It's Jizz. But sometimes late at night, I imagine he's still out there, walking up the stairs to my bedroom door, and this time my dad and Rocksteady are no longer around to stop him. What's up, Pradeep? Second time catching a live. Welcome, Javen. What is American culture? I guess like NASCAR and football and fucking Christmas and buying shit at Walmart, fucking shooting shotguns, drive-bys, barbecue, fucking fireworks that blow your hands off. Yeah, hot dogs. Fairs that make you have to get your gallbladder removed. Drinking beer. Fucking video games. Twitch and streaming on YouTube. YouTube itself. Minecraft. Oh, I guess that was Swedish. Fucking Hadron Collider. I guess that's also Swedish. Fucking NASA. Fucking B-2 stealth bombers. Fucking funding ISIS indirectly. Fucking, yeah, kidney stones. Jizzlet with the 2 says, I'll send another watching fee just for you, cut. Thank you, bro. No worries. All free around here. Nude tights from Walmart. Nude tights. When they get those? Baseball. Yeah, baseball. You can have baseball. We can give that to Japan. Or India or whatever. Definitely go to Japan if you did. Spend a week there and it was amazing. Yeah, I would have to go for... I don't know. I would have to do absolutely every... What would be on my bucket list? My definite bucket list of Japan would be sumo wrestling, Tokyo Train, Pokemon, catching a Pokemon, repopulating all of it, going to the Suicide Forest, Sonic Inflation. Thank you, Sam. Thank you for the 2. Independence, liberty, military. It is kind of strange. It is like just like how odd it is to be born into a country that essentially is the largest military power in the modern existence of planet Earth. Like, it's just like such a strange thing with one of the most like expansive military intelligence apparatuses to ever be conceived. I guess besides Mossad, but you know, Mossad, CIA, same shit. I don't know. We got, internet, porn, grills, spinners, rap music. Jizzlet with the 2 says, if I go to Japan, I'm importing a whip back. S14. Oh shit. Yeah, I love those. I kind of love that about like Japan culture. And I don't know if it's always that way, but there seems to be like a culture of hyper specializing in one particular thing. And I really like that, you know, just like choosing something that you genuinely enjoy. Maybe, I think, I don't know if that's true, but then like just sticking with it 10,000 hours, you know, till you're a master, whether it's making fucking sushi or customizing like racing vehicles or being a sumo wrestler or just like filling someone's tank at a gas station. It just seems like everything is done with like some degree of pride. And that might be incorrect because I've seen a lot of videos pop up related to Japanese culture and the fact that most people there are kind of like excessively dead inside, but they can't tell anybody about it because it would go against their sort of like unified hive mind, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, slavery, but we fixed that. We're good. So cancel that. So many different cultures in our country. Culture can differ from region to region, state to state, coast to coast. Yeah, town to town. You know what I mean? Like, or even like restaurant to restaurant, right? Like everywhere just has like some, little minute culture, like whether it's between families or whatever. Civil War reenactments. Oh shit, narcissistic misses. So, thank you for the 20 gifters. Holy cow. Welcome, Jizzlet. Midnight in the Ocean, Ravenous, YR, Loch Nessie, Mobilize KRT, Caroline, Sarah Meyer, Miss T, Ashley Newbley, A Smile, Miss Rage, JL, Ray, Graybeard, Maya Sarenhart, It's Ninjamo, Bria, Cassie the Kitten, AJ, Jimenez, Ben Sanchez, Shannon's Page. Welcome, friends. Thank you so much. Be sure to thank Narcissistic Miss. Very, very kind. Thank you, guys. Be sure to check out the bonus content, too. What's up, Nate? How's the night going? It's good. We're all in a good mood. We need one thing to ruin it. Oh, dude, I wonder if there's that's like a psychological tactic. Okay, so you know how like politics always kind of ruins the mood, right? But then the fact that we were able to kind of like deconstruct it in some way to a realization that maybe it's like all controlled by the same entity, so therefore it's almost impossible for us to argue with each other if we all go back to that argumentative standpoint that it doesn't really matter. So like, I wonder if you could do that with like other aspects of life, things that just like upset you, and then if you can kind of like, maybe in like almost maybe too much of a reductionary sense, but bring it all down to like some other thing outside of your control, and therefore you just kind of like let it go and stop caring. Because really at the end of the day, the way that you feel about something genuinely kind of just comes down to the manner in which you think about it, because however your mind is constantly ruminating will eventually manifest to what your face looks like and the words that you say and like the way that the energy that you exude. So I mean, at the end of the day, your interpretation of reality is like more important than reality itself. Am I a determinist? I'm determined to finish this Dr. Pepper. Okoyasu Nijimura with the 2 says, do you do anything fun with your stream money? Let's think. What do I do fun? I mean, I go eat places with people, but I'm not really much of like a spender, I'll be honest with you. I feel like I remember when I was in like high school, you know, you want all this shit. You want all this like random shit, right? And then I finally got out of high school, college, and like was able to buy every volume of the Akira manga, right? Which is like 6, cocaine, just cocaine, some Dr. Perky. So like 6 volumes of very large Akira books. I remember riding home from the comic store on a bike and like kind of fucking up the one because it would smash against the side of my bike, and that was lame because they were all in like one bag. No, anyways, when I got home and I realized that I didn't actually want any of this stuff, it was at that moment that I came to the conclusion. I was like, fuck, I genuinely don't think that no matter how much money is handed to me at all, that I actually will find like any sort of degree of satisfaction in like purchasing an item. So really at the end of the day, the same things that I was interested in when I was younger, whether it's hanging out with friends or just buying food and playing a video game, like that's pretty much it. That's like tapping out right there. Like I don't really give a fuck about cars. I think they're cool. I hate when they make too much loud noise because it's cringe, but yeah, that's pretty much it. And I like to go lift weights because it feels good. I personally found myself most comfortable with my mind when I realized that most of the time I work myself up. I'm a chronic overthinker, and that sometimes I just need to get out of my head, you know? I totally agree, and it's kind of funny because the one thing that like absolutely gets me out of my head is just like exhausting myself with like exercise. So I don't know if you guys ever get like stressed out. It genuinely might be like in your benefit to like learn how to go jogging, because once you go jogging, it's like kind of all your blood is going to other places rather than your brain, such as your boner. And lift heavy stone, make sad head voice quiet. Exactly. Get that tattooed on a shirt, because that's fucking perfect. What's up, Brianna? Yeah, it's a wee bit different here. A wee bit different. Oh, it's different. He's nice. He's sweet though. He's sweet. He says a bit of strange stuff, but he's sweet. Start off slogging like old ladies with blue hair and don't use a massage gun on your neck. What are you talking about? We got to avoid the blue hair sloggings. You miss being able to jog? Yeah, Elvis, I wonder is there any like particular type of cardio that you could sort of participate in that you're able to do? How much can I lift? Funny enough, my peak lifts were only like, so I'm like 35 now, but my peak lifts were only like a year or more ago. And they basically were, I got them, like I really focused them hard, and I got my squat up to 500, my deadlift to 505, my bench, now granted I had a slingshot on to protect my shoulders. If you've ever seen those, they definitely help a lot, but I got it up to 315. I got my power clean, if you're familiar with that, it's like an Olympic weightlifting movement, up to 315, and then my overhead press to like 225. And then at that point, it was one of those realizations where I was like, I think physically this is as far as I can push my body as far as my goals go, to the extent that I'm probably going to hurt myself. So to avoid hurting myself now, I still would do strength. I remember for a while there, I was just doing like, instead of a 5-3-1 program, I was doing like a 12-10-8, if that makes sense. Yeah, now I need to do some cock push-ups. But now I just kind of enjoy just like basic bodybuilding stuff, because do I skip to my loo? Samir, you deadlift 385. Samir, that's fucking nuts. That's actually insane. How old are you deadlifting 385? We'll maybe get into lifting. It was just football. I got into football in like 6th grade. My dad made me do it. I didn't want to do it. Honestly, thank God for dads. You powerlift 46. Samir, that's amazing. 385 at 46 is sick as hell. That's really good, honestly. But yeah, I got into football in 6th grade, and then to like be better at football, they told you that you had to like lift weights, and I got into lifting weights. And during college, I actually got away from like lifting, and I remember it was kind of insane. Like, so at the end of high school, I was 200 pounds, pretty big. And then after high school, and I stopped like lifting and stopped playing football, I started running all the time. And I didn't have necessarily like an eating disorder or anything like that, but I had a weird relationship with food where it was like I would eat and then I would eat and like only eat until the point I was like I didn't feel hunger anymore. And then I would jog some more, you know what I mean? I was just trail running all the fucking time. And I got down to like 155. It was kind of insane. But then after college, I like wanted to get back into like lifting. And so I started doing the CrossFit shit, which CrossFit's cool, but I also kind of don't recommend it, because it's just one of those modalities that you try to do shit so fast that you end up hurting yourself. And let me just tell you right now, getting hurt is not cool. And it is it's kind of a cult, yeah, for sure. Like CrossFit has a lot of crossovers with like religious communities and that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, everyone's pretty nice. It's just like, and it is nice to like have people next to you pushing you, but at the same time, like to sit there and pretend like that's the best possible shit you could be doing to like look better, I don't think so. You just end up with a fucked up shoulder or a fucked up back, Yeah, I did blow my back out, that's true. And that was more recent, but still, it was like probably an ongoing thing. Sometimes with like lower back herniations, you don't even realize you've hurt yourself till you feel symptoms, which could be like years after the initial injury. But yeah, so anyways, I started CrossFit, and I got up from 155 to like 185. And I was at a pretty good, comfortable weight at that point. And then I did that all the way up to COVID. And then COVID, I was 30. And then all I started doing was like powerlifting. And then I got up to 225, which is where I'm at right now. Like 220, 225. And yeah, that's kind of like my weight. I feel pretty good, you know what I mean? But I'm 5'10", maybe 5'10 and a half if you add a little bit. If you have an eating, what about eating disorder? Don't discuss weight if you have an eating disorder. I mean, I don't actually, but I mean, I don't to the extent that I think, you know, I'm sorry. I don't actually have any, like, severe anything. Muscle weighs more than fat, that's true. The other day I carried my 22-pound dog on my shoulder for 2 kilometers. I'm literally a donkey. And that's cool, yeah. I mean, any way to see progressive overload and challenge your body, you know. I played football and was in the Marine Corps. I always observed CrossFit as people who wanted to get in shape rapidly but didn't have the fundamentals for muscle training in proper form. Well, that's the unfortunate part, is like sometimes people tell them like CrossFit is the thing because they see people in like the CrossFit games as being like amazingly in shape people. But let me just clarify right now. Every person you've ever seen in the CrossFit games, every one of them is on steroids. Don't let them lie to you. Don't let them bullshit you. Don't let anybody bullshit you. Those people are all on steroids. And the reason steroids are so cool, and not that I take them or anything, I promise, I don't, by the way, but they basically mitigate the duration of time it takes to recover. And the whole point of CrossFit is like recovery, right? So it's like, can I work out earlier in the day and come back and work out again at like a high intensity on each one? And you're going to get beat up, you're going to get injuries, but it's like those steroids help you to do that, but also like be really lean, build big capped muscles, striations and vascularity and all this kind of shit. And I mean, it's kind of sick, but at the same time you kind of have to rely on it forever, because rely on taking testosterone forever, because it shuts down your natural production. Breastfeeding is the equivalent of running marathons? Really? Thoughts on Chris Bumstead? I think he's cool. I mean, he looks awesome. Like, I sometimes don't really like, you know, bodybuilder style stuff, especially the big dudes, you know. I think it's just ridiculous. But I genuinely do enjoy classic physique guys. I think they're cool looking. And now even Chris Bumstead has said that, does he regret taking, you know, roids so early in his life? Yes. Because most people would suggest that if you do take it, most people who do take it end up waiting until like their peak of physicality and muscle growth, which could be around like 27 to 30. So some of them don't end up getting on like testosterone replacement therapy until like in their 30s or something. But at the same time, if you're going to be a Chris Bumstead, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, you know, freaking professional, you probably need to take performance enhancing drugs by the time you're 18. And would I suggest ever getting into the realm of bodybuilding and having to do that? No, I would say avoid that world at all costs, because it's fucked. You know, there's so much fucked up shit. It just requires way too much, and you get up there and you're like in the 1% of the 1% of like body types in the world, and you still don't feel like enough, you know what I mean? How many movie stars are juicing? Oh, probably all of them. Like, there's just not a single fucking possibility that those people get in that period, that amount of shape and work out that frequently with just eating chicken, rice, and broccoli. And a lot of people honestly, that's one of the most offensive parts about like Hollywood is them always sitting there saying that I ate a lot of chicken, rice, and broccoli, and that's how I got jacked at 55 to play Wolverine or Thanos. And it's like, shut the fuck up, man. Like, no one cares. No one cares. Henry Cavill claims he's natural. Henry Cavill can have it. I don't care. He can be natural as far as he wants. I believe him. I love him. But you know what I mean? Like, no one cares. Like, if you use, and I'm sure because they don't want people sitting there being like, oh, Hollywood sets a bad standards for men, and you had to take these dangerous drugs that could give you heart attacks and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, yeah, well then stop, trying to make all these people look like superheroes at the age of 50. And I don't know, you know what I mean? They also have personal trainers that drive them, everyday normal people. Exactly. Yeah, I think the guy from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Mac, he was fat the one season, right? And then he had like some insane workout regimen where it was like 6 days a week with a dietitian, a chef, most likely taking, some maybe small injections of TRT. And I think the weirdest are the bodybuilders who sit there and say that TRT is like, it's the only thing I'm on. And it's like, what the fuck do you mean it's the only thing you're on? Do peptides like BPC 157 count as steroids? They don't actually, because BPC in and of itself it's a performance enhancing drug. So that would still ping in a professional sport that has banned that specifically for the recovery process. But it's not one of those it's not a peptide that's specifically made to cause your body to produce more testosterone, to build more muscle, to whatever. Steroids in themselves are I think specifically defined as exogenous hormones. So hormones that come from outside of your body, exogenous. Endogenous is the hormones is from inside your body. So it's the testosterone that's released from a male's testes. What are your thoughts about Will Tennyson? I like Will. I think Will's a nice guy. He seems very kind, and I think he's intelligent. And I know he struggled with weight when he was younger, and I'm really happy for him that he looks good and is doing really well. I think that's freaking cool. Whatever happened to Liver King? Yeah, sadly, Liver King, after he got called out by More Plates, More Dates, Derek, he basically was just shamed out of the spotlight and kind of went recluse, but never really apologized. And I think he even doubled down maybe at some point, even though the email showed he was taking upwards of $12,000 a month worth of steroids and growth hormone and all this kind of shit. And which was really, I felt bad for him because even with all that shit, his legs still didn't grow, But I think at one point he went insane more recently, and then I don't know if he was on other mind-altering substances, but he was talking about killing Joe Rogan or telling Joe Rogan to come out of his house so he could eat his testicles or something. Dr. Mike Israel tells a sports science PhD on YouTube, and he just did a super in-depth video about which supplements are BS and which ones worth taking with cited studies, etc. Yeah, what was his go-to? I mean, the only ones that I genuinely am in support of mainly is just creatine, I guess. Creatine, caffeine, water, hydration supplements are good. Those, those are good. Getting sleep, if that counts as a supplement. Lowering your stress and eating well. Collagen peptides, those are different. I think there's all sorts of different peptides. The word peptide can be a little bit confusing, as BPC 157 is a peptide that was derived from I believe the inside of the stomach lining, and it's a peptide that your body releases because the stomach acid in your gut is always spewing out, right, or producing it, so it's very acidic, so it starts to burn the interior of your stomach lining. So then your body needs to release this peptide to quickly heal itself very fast. Oh, that's right, whey protein. Thank you, Oxy. How you doing? Creatine, whey during the day, casein before bed, and BCAAs before bed. I'll be honest, I don't like casein before bed because it's that slow digesting goop in your belly. And honestly, if you can not eat any food 2 hours before bed, or water really, your sleep is just going to be so much better. That's why I take the magnesium supplements for sleep at an hour or so before bed seem to help me. I do hear that BCAAs, the branched chain amino acids, are good intra workout, so during workouts, to just help replenish protein synthesis during working out. I forget exactly, but oh my God, Joel, I had no idea about that. Wait, what part? Thank you, because my sleep sucks these days, and it's not just because of the kids. Oh yeah, I totally agree. There's this one that I think I might like the most, but it was the Gorilla Dream. As silly as it sounds, it's on Amazon because it has like all sorts of good supplements within it related to magnesium, but then also it has like micro dosings of melatonin. So it's like just enough to like tell your body to like start producing the melatonin, but not enough that it tells your body that it's an exogenous hormone that you should just like shut it down the same way steroids would shut down your testes production of testosterone. It's good that it's slow. Yeah, I don't know. I've taken, that's the point, taken before bed helps your body recover with sleeping. You know, at the end of the day, when it comes to the casein, like I've had the worst sleep ever taking casein, but it might be different for each person. But the fact that it's like, the fact that you have like some slow, goopy, slow digesting protein in your stomach while you're sleeping, it's like, okay, well let's find out where your body is going to be pulling proteins and rebuilding itself while sleeping anyways. Where does your body pull nutrients to rebuild muscles while sleeping? Valerian root is a good replacement for melatonin. Okay, that's a good idea. I think that's also in the Gorilla Dream. It also has little bits of Harambe's penis in there too. Okay, primary sources of nutrients for muscle repair during sleep. Bloodstream is the immediate supply. Liver glycogen, muscle glycogen, fat stores, muscle protein breakdown, last resort. Okay. So after a meal, these nutrients are available in muscle repair and energy overnight, especially in the first few hours of sleep. Liver glycogen. The liver stores glycogen as carbohydrates and releases glucose to maintain blood sugar during fasting. This helps fuel cells and prevent muscle breakdown. Muscle glycogen. While muscle glycogen isn't typically used during rest, it may be accessed in small amounts depending on your energy needs if you're underfed. Fat stores. What about the protein for muscle synthesis at night? Uncle Joel. Come here and talk to Uncle Joe. Okay. So dietary protein, your last meal. This is probably number one. If you eat protein before bed, especially slow digesting protein like casein, found in milk, cottage cheese, Greek yogurt, your body will slowly absorb amino acids throughout the night. These amino acids feed MPS during sleep when growth hormone and testosterone levels spike. Really? That's crazy, dude. I've really never heard casein being like the go-to thing, but I mean, I heard about it, but that was like all the way back in like high school. I think the reason it works so good for me and bad for your fasting destroys me, and it seems like fasting has been a benefit for you. That's true. I guess if we're like differing sized humans too, that's a good point. Edamame, can someone eat? Is there ever too much? I don't know. How do I use creatine? There's like powders. Most people take like 5 grams a day in like a powder or capsule form, but some benefits, because the whole point of it is like to your body to like use energy. It takes ATP and uses the energy and turns it into ADP, adenosine diphosphate or something. So adenosine triphosphate, and anyways, like, so like creatine helps to like, I believe retransfer that or change that ADP back into ATP, if that makes sense. I feel like I'm botching that up. But anyways, if you take more than 5 grams a day of creatine, apparently 10 grams plus is actually really good for you as well, as far as like brain health. And there might even be some studies demonstrating that taking creatine is good for depression, which is pretty cool. The doctor I work for has been recommending it a lot. Okay, interesting. So amino acids in the blood. After protein-rich meal, not just bedtime, amino acids circulate in your blood for hours. These are pulled in as needed during the early part of sleep for muscle repair and growth. Amino acid recycling. Your body naturally breaks down old, damaged proteins throughout the body, not just muscle, and recycles the amino acids. These get reused in MPS. It's like your body's internal protein economy. Muscle protein breakdown if you're undernourished. Okay. If you haven't eaten enough protein during the day or before bed, your body may catabolize muscle tissue to get essential amino acids. This works against your gains. Instead of building, you're robbing Peter to play with your Peter. Pro tip, maximize overnight muscle growth. Consume 30 to 40 grams of slow digesting protein before bed. Example, cottage cheese, casein shake, Greek yogurt, or eggs and cheese. If you're lean building, pair it with some healthy fats, nuts, olive oil, and slow digestion. Avoid going to bed fasted, especially if you're training that day. Really? Man, I guess I didn't realize it. I just always thought that casein interfered with my sleep. Totally fair. A lot of people don't do well with casein, especially before bed. Common issues include digestive discomfort, lactose sensitivity. That might be my issue. I kind of struggle with that sometimes. Feeling heavy or hot, allergic reactions. Alternatives to casein that still support overnight muscle synthesis. Eggs or egg whites. Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Pair with a little fat, yolk, or avocado to slow digestion. Cook or even hard-boiled makes a light pre-bed snack. Lean meat, whey protein plus fat. Whey is fast digesting, but add peanut butter or chia seeds or olive oil and slows down release. Greek yogurt, if tolerated, still has casein. Okay, yeah, Greek yogurt might actually be a great one, just like some cool. Were you taking it like directly before bed? I think so. I think I was shoving it up my fucking butt. Making mega stinkies. Oh, well, fuck, maybe I need to get back into the casein world. But the one thing that I saw, I think it was just another short. That's where I get all my information, is just the ADHD net. What's up, Jenna? But basically it was saying that your determination of your longevity in life is directly correlated with the presence of muscle mass. And even if you're a skinny person, you still have a pretty high chance of getting diabetes, insulin resistance, and all that kind of stuff because of a lack of muscle mass. Because essentially the more muscle mass you have, the better able your body is to, one, be insulin reactive to the blood glucose that's in your bloodstream. That's, they transfer it from the carbohydrates in your belly that you digested into blood glucose in your blood, and then it takes the glucose and it stores it in your muscles, and it stores it in your liver. So if you have a bunch of muscles, then you're just better at removing that excess amount of glucose from your bloodstream. And then on top of that, diabetes and insulin resistance in and of itself, like I've talked about before, through the process of glycation, which is as your body becomes less and less capable through insulin resistance or diabetes to remove blood glucose out of your bloodstream, the glucose starts to attach to the collagen cells of the interior of your veins and vessels, and basically makes your veins and vessels more sticky and more rigid. So blood flow is not as capable of going through there. Hence why you see diabetics, the distant microvasculature of their fingers and toes and their eyeballs start to basically, the vessels start to harden, so blood can't flow through there as much anymore, and then their nervous system in that area that can't get the blood flow starts to shut down, and then it creates this cyclical process where everything starts to just turn to shit. And then if the blood can't get there, and you can't, and the nerves don't work anymore, suddenly the tissue will start to die off. So you can imagine you can go blind or whatever over a period of time with diabetes, or you could lose a digit or a toe or finger from those distant microvasculature hardening, and then essentially the tissue dying around it. So basically, the more muscle you have, the better able you are to digest and store glucose, and the longer you are able to live, because then you won't have cardiovascular issues as a complication that comes along with diabetes and all those inability to process sugar. obviously there could be some dietary changes in there, and like minimizing the amount of like sugar you consume as well as you get older. That could be fine, I imagine, but it's just something to consider. You were injured by a vaccine, became a type 1 juvenile diabetic at 16. Oh, interesting. I wonder which vaccine it was. You got college education or TISM? I mean, I went to school for nursing and shit, but, you know, I don't really think that I generally don't think college makes you, like, smart, you know? If you have, like, an interest in something, especially if it's, like, tangentially related to your other interests, which in my case, exercise. Not like I'm some crazy, like, exercise freak or anything like that, but it's just fascinating, the human body and all that kind of stuff. Not like I know it. It's not like I know everything. It's just some things I definitely TISM-esque dig into. A1C is how much glucose attached to red blood cells over time. I forget, the A1C is, like, I believe an average of your blood glucoses over time. What is the A1C measuring? See me in a nurse uniform, yeah, with a short skirt. I used to wear a short skirt and rollerblades as my nursing uniform. Well, not rollerblades, but roller skates. And like one of those little hats. Every time I go by, the doctors would spank me on the ass and say, "Fuck you, Joe, I'll kill you." And I'm like, what? That's really way different than the sexual harassment I just experienced there. I don't even know what to report you for. Okay, so if you're looking for percentage of hemoglobin, a protein in the red blood cells that carries oxygen that has glucose attached to it, when you have sugar in your blood, some of it sticks to hemoglobin. Red blood cells live about 120 days, so the test reflects long-term blood glucose levels, not just what is in your blood at the moment, like a finger prick test. A1C levels and what they mean. A1C percent, below 5.7%, estimate average glucose milligrams per deciliter below 117. What it means, normal, right? So I guess 117 is like your, 117 is your blood glucose in that moment, but then over time, the A1C, what's the percentage again? Sorry. It looks at a percentage of hemoglobin, a protein in red blood cells that carries oxygen, that has glucose attached to it. Oh, okay. So the more glucose, the more it will have attached to hemoglobin over time. That makes sense. 5.7%, 6 to 6.4%, 117, 137, pre-diabetic, 6.5% of A1C, or 140 plus type 2 diabetes. Okay. You own a gym. That is no indication of my enjoyment of working out. Okay, maybe a tad. But it's a Pokemon gym. If you come in there, you can challenge me. But it's just a big fucking mud bath. It shows how well your body is managing blood sugar over time. High A1C, higher risk of nerve damage, heart disease, kidney failure. See, isn't that crazy? Like, and a lot of people sit there and wonder, like, why? Why is, if I'm diabetic and if it's a sugar disease, why the hell is my nerves hurt or my heart hurt or my kidneys hurt? And it's like, well, all that excess sugar in your bloodstream is literally sticking to your fucking veins and making them hard and sticky. And so like fat, can get clogged in there from the stickiness. Blood doesn't flow as well. And then it can just die. Shit can die, or you can have a fucking stroke. So, guys, if you are not hitting the gym at this fucking point, please make it a point that tomorrow, Thursday, you get the fuck in there. Okay, anyways. Losing weight is torture. Dude, welcome to my world, bro. Your doctor told you have to lose 30 pounds and I'm pre-diabetic. If you have an availability, find a gym near you where you could work with a personal trainer for literally a month just to get the movements down, just to understand it, then have that personal trainer or ChatGPT write you a program and then just try your best to like stick to that program now that you're familiar with it, and just take it one step at a time. You know what I mean? Like, work with them, help you understand it, and then when it comes to your diet, just like, that's gonna be one thing at a time. Like, can you drink X amount of water a day? You know, yes. And then at that point, then you start maybe considering counting your calories or using an app, or, you know, to count your macros, as they say, which is just protein, fat, carbs. You work out at home, F the gym. There you go. Same thing. That's true. Do they have any psychic fighting Pokemon? Because that would be so sick. Imagine if like Hitmonlee evolved into a psychic fighting like hybrid. Can I be your personal trainer? Yeah, let's do it. I don't take insulin, you lose weight and eat whatever. If you don't take insulin, you lose weight and eat whatever. What do you mean? In relation to what? If you were a Pokemon gym leader, what type would you want to battle with? I'll be honest though, like, I've always really looked up to... He was pretty much my first idol in wife. Who was that one guy from... Let's look it up. I'll ask you guys first, just test your Pokemon knowledge since I'm kind of out of it. But who was that Pokemon trainer? I think he was in the Elite Four, but he was a dragon. He was a dragon trainer. Meditite from Ruby and Sapphire, psychic fighting. Oh, okay, nice. Can I personally train your butt? Fucking just sit there and punch it. Pow, 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 pow. Lance. Okay, was it Lance? Was Lance a dragon type trainer in Pokemans? The goal is to collect all the Pokemans. Okay, key facts about Lance. Let's get to the key facts. He's a member of the Elite Four in the original Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, and their remakes. In Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal, and remakes, he becomes the champion of the Johto League. He specializes in Dragon-type Pokemon, with his signature Pokemon often being Dragonite. Yeah, dude. I would be Lance, 100%. And have, like, a fucking Dragonite. But my Dragonite would have a sick-ass crystal crown. It'd be like some next-level Dragonite. They really should in the new Pokemon. I don't know. I'm kind of disappointed in, like, how not far the Pokemon series has come as a whole. Has come in the whole. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, like, why can't all of our Pokemon just exist with us? Why can't you control them and roam freely with them in all environments? Why can't you customize what the Pokemon are wearing and then in that environment? You know what I mean? Like, there's just so many things in Pokemon that I feel like would be so sick, but then never happens because Team Freak or whatever is just not the greatest, I don't think. I do like them. Hey, see you, Nate. Take care. Jensen, yeah, I'm still yapping. I've read one story and we started talking about Pokemon. When I was a teenager, I used to share this as a ghost story. But then something happened in my adult years that made it very real, and somehow a lot scarier than when I thought I'd encountered a spirit. So bear with me. To my child mind, this was a paranormal encounter, but it's not, and you'll find out why in the second half. I know you don't often run supernatural stories lately on the channel, so I wanted to assure you up front that this isn't that, even if it seems so at first. When I was a kid, my family lost our house and we had to downgrade, and that's what I told people anyways. But honestly, whoops, no. Frankie Marino, mistake number 10 squasquillion. Frankie Marino, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Jensen, what was your favorite Pokemon? Do you have any non-Pokemon animals in the Pokemon universe, or do they eat Pokemeat? That's a good point. I remember in like season 1 of Pokemon, whenever they met with Misty, in the back of her aquarium at her gym, there was clearly like some just like normal fish swimming around in the background that they just animated in there. But it's also funny because they always seem to just eat pokey food, which is just like kiblets of crap. And it's like, where do they get their protein? That guy's like clearly a fucking dragon. My prayers have been answered. There's indeed a psychic fighting Gallade. Let's look at this one. Yeah, what was the other one? Malinite or something? Gallade. Oh. What the fuck? He looks like a blade of grass. I've seen this one. I know the pre-evolution or maybe the post-evolution. It's like sort of a floating fairy with a dress. I'll be honest with you, dude. Once we got to like Gen 3 Ruby Sapphire, Pokemon's still cool, but like just whoever designs from like Gen 3 onward, especially the legendaries and stuff, there's a lot, they leave a lot to be desired. There's always just like these sharp edges. Everything's got to be like made out of geometrical shapes. Do you notice that? I can't be the only one to notice this after like, 20 years? Everything just looks like it's made out of like some strange 90-degree Legos. I don't know. Have you tried Stitch Meat? No, I haven't. Is that from Lilo and Stitch? Favorite Pokemon's Lugia. Nothing beating the 2000 OG Pokemon movie. That was sick. I should slow down. The first 251 Pokemon were epic indeed. Yeah, I don't know. It seemed like there's something. Are you spying me because I literally left the chat to play Pokemon with my buddy earlier? No, yeah, we were. We were watching you. We saw you get rolled by a Gyarados. A Gyarados. Did I love Ultra Sun? I don't think there's definitely some that I like played and just didn't continue, which is most of them, but I always liked the idea. That's what I was told anyway, but honestly, I love the new house. Oh, that's what I was told. Oh, oops. When I was a kid, my family lost our house and we had to downgrade. That's what I was told anyway, but honestly, I love the new house. It was older than our previous zero-lot line... What the hell is this saying? It was older than our previous zero-lot line house, a row house with 3 floors, a tiny backyard, and an alleyway that ran in between the middle of the houses and then along the back of the properties. To this day, I insist that this new house was better than our much more valuable house from before. The garden was overgrown, filled with mystery and wonder for me. The garden was overgrown, filled with mystery and wonder for a kid like me. There was a broke down. There was a broken down greenhouse that contained all sorts of treasures. And next door, what the fuck? And the people next door? Done broke it. What did the Americans say to the French guy in the bathroom? European and bathroom. What the hell? Parasite cleanse will help with pancreas issues, liver, kidney, heart issues, lung, brain, eye issues. Them real supplements of iron, iodine, zinc, mag, calcium, D3, B3, and 6, and K. Yeah, how do you get all the parasites out of me? I can feel them crawling under my fucking skin. There was a broken down greenhouse that contained all sorts of treasures, and the people next door owned a tortoise. A tortoise. Tortoise? Tortoise. How do you say this? Tortoise. There was a broken down greenhouse that contained all sorts of treasures, and the people next door owned a tortoise that would sometimes break into our yard. There was a crumbling shed filled with the remnants of the last owners, and next to that, adjacent to the back alley, was a big pile of trash made up of things from our move, like mattresses and boxes, but also discarded garden equipment, sort of a bunch of statues and ornaments, all sorts of crazy fun things for an 8-year-old boy like me to mess with. The trash pile in the garden was fenced off from within the garden, and the gate had rusted shut. I could climb over it, but I'd been banned from doing so by my mom and was worried about me falling over the fence and impaling myself on a rake or a garden gnome or something. If I wanted to explore the trash paradise, I had to exit through the front door, walk a few houses down, and then head down the alleyway and around the back of the houses where the trash pile had a much more accessible gate. And this is what I was doing on the day this happened. I walked down the alley, dark and honestly a bit scary, this arched tunnel leading to the open back alley. Shit. Shite. Fucking shite. Parasites are a normal part of our system. They feed on damaged parts of our bodies, so when we are in recovery, they can be an overgrowth of them. Herbs such as barberry, cat's claw, tansy, clove, etc. help. I've taken etc. before. It helped with my schizophrenia. I walked down the long, dark, and honestly a bit scary arched tunnel leading to the open-air back alley. Gamut. I walked down the long, dark, and honestly a bit scary arched tunnel leading to the open-air back alley. There was all sorts of old graffiti on the bricks, and not spray paint or tags, but scratches using stones from the ground. The neighborhood's past kids had left their mark, and I've always paused to read some of it before continuing on. Janice plus John forever. Betsy and Evelyn lived here 1963. Things like that. I still live in my childhood home to this day, so I see these scribblings regularly, and I've added a few of my own over the years with some friends. I just need to... What the fuck? What the flurp? What the helly? What the flurpy? What the slurpy slew? If you never had to cough or sneeze again, which one would you pick? Probably coughing, honestly. Because I remember, like, when I'm, like, really sick, sometimes just, like, the feeling of coughing, you do it so much, you start to wonder if, like, one, you're, like, ever going to be able to get that big fucking disgusting piece of mucus out of the bottom of your pit of a lung. But also it starts to hurt. K something, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. Am I a smoker? No. I just smoke crack. Am I keeping a close eye on Pradeep? Is he posting thirst traps? Let me check. He was right at my feet the whole time. I had no idea. There's like a little bed that I have under the desk. And I guess he's just chilling down there. I would pet him, but I feel like that would cause him to... It would disturb him. He is in his little bed. Yeah. You're so confused about proper sports nutrition? Yeah, you can just look it up on... I mean, we kind of went over a bunch of shit a little while ago, but honestly, yeah, Chat GPT is really one of the best ways to just like ask those curated questions that you might have, or really any AI, I imagine at this point, can probably help you figure out exactly what you should be consuming based on your activity and what you're trying to accomplish. I still live in my childhood home to this day, so I see these scribblings regularly. I've added a few of my own over the years with some friends. I just read a new one that said something like, Arthur ate his kids, and It put the spooks in me, understandably, so I guess I was a little jumpy when I emerged from the darkness and into the alley. I looked up and down just to see if any of the neighborhood kids were back here, and the alley was completely unoccupied from both ends. I walked past the 3 back gardens that led to my own. When I reached mine, I tried to unlatch the gate, but the metal hook had gotten rusted or stuck somehow since the last time I used it. I was reaching over the fence trying to work out why it wouldn't come unhooked when I felt rough, pinching fingers on my arm. I spun around and came face to face with an ancient-looking man. He wasn't one of those kindly, pleasant-looking old folks. This guy had a mean, spiteful look in his eyes. He had dirty whiskers sprouting from his chin and wiry white hair that had yellowed with tobacco discoloration at the temples. In my memory, his irises were non-existent, just huge black pupils swimming in his scleras. Tufts of hair grew from his nostrils, and his big ears protruded in a way that almost made me laugh. It was hard to laugh with his tight, vicious grip on my arm, though. The man absolutely stank, too, of dampness and just body odor. I tried to pull away, but his fingernails dug into my arm. He asked me what the hell I was doing, snooping back here. I told him I lived here, and he spat out that he thought I was a liar. And when he talked, I saw his teeth weren't just yellow, they were brown, black, or even missing. His breath stank of death, and that's the best I can describe it. My mind immediately went back to the graffiti that I'd just seen. Arthur ate his kids. And this guy certainly smelled like he'd eaten a kid or two in his day. The old man tugged on my arm again hard and made me wince in pain. He called me a liar and a thief and said he'd turn me into the authorities. He told me that I had to come with him so I wouldn't run away. I'd been warned by my parents and teachers about what dirty, stinky old men could do to young boys, even ones as old as 8 and as brave as me, so there was absolutely no way that I was letting him take me anywhere. Besides, even if he was telling the truth and he was going to hand me over to the quote-unquote authorities, I hadn't done anything wrong. The alleyway was public, and the house I was going into was mine. I did the only thing I could think to do, pulled myself free from his arm, and then yeeted myself over the little fence leading into the backyard. Mom was right. There was a danger of impaling myself if I jumped into the trash pile recklessly, and I was damn lucky that I managed to stop with a sharp shard of metal just slightly pressing into my thigh, enough to draw blood and make me wince, but not enough to do any damage. Quickly avoiding further damage from the spike, I turned around to tell the old man triumphantly that I was in my house now, and I lived here, and if he liked he could knock on the front door and ask my parents, and they could confirm that I was very much allowed to be here. The leaping to turning process must have taken all of 3 seconds, but when I turned about to face this old man, he was now gone. I was almost disappointed. I was robbed of my righteous indignation and the chance to show an adult that I was right and he was wrong. So I peered over the fence to see where he'd gone. The alleyway was empty. I looked left and right, no sign of the guy. I hadn't heard any of the other back gates open. All the other houses had high fences leading to the alley. It was only my house that had a small temporary fence because they'd taken the main fence down to help us move in, and we hadn't replaced it yet until this trash paradise had been removed. I unlatched the gate, noticing that a stick had been caught in the loop preventing me from unhooking it. Then I ran to the head of the alley and looked down the tunnel. There was no way that the old man could have simply reached the street already, and yet sure enough, he was gone. I went back into my back garden, thoroughly done with playing outside, and from then on, I had a ghost story to tell. For years I recounted the story of how a ghostly old man had appeared from nowhere, grabbed me, threatened me, and then disappeared into the ether. Of course, most people didn't believe it. They assumed I'd either imagined him and he'd never actually grabbed me, or he had grabbed me and he must have been one of my neighbors. He wasn't one of my neighbors, though. Like I said, I still live in that house now, and I met every neighbor from back then. Nobody remotely matched his description, and I never saw him again, and I know that he didn't disappear into one of the back gardens. I never really considered one of the two options that must have happened though. Either the man snuck through the fence leading to the other side of the alley, which led to a retirement home, or he sprinted away when I broke free of his grasp, fast enough to have disappeared when I went looking. I'm going to guess it was the former though, because many years later, I found out that the old man had come from the retirement home. It's more believable that he snuck through some type of unseen hole in the fence than this old-ass man sprinted away faster than a college athlete. So why was this dirty old man lurking in the alleyway behind my house grabbing an unsuspecting kid? I met up with a friend a couple of years ago who works in law enforcement. He asked me if I was still living at my address, and I said yeah. He'd said he'd thought about me recently because a case he was working on had involved someone who lived at the retirement home in the 90s. Apparently the guy had been a violent offender in his heyday and had spent quite a bit of time in prison. They eventually had him. I had such a good roll going there and I lost it. No worries. Not gonna lie, it's the first time I've ever taken my tablet into the bathroom with me. I don't know how to feel. What you do first is you wipe your butt, and then you smear your poopy fingers all over it. That's what I would do. WWJD, what would Joel do? He would smear his poopy fingers all over his little tablet. Why are you getting older? Maybe you're not, honestly. Violet got grounded today for reading a book in the shower. That's awesome. Just trying to turn the pages, just completely soaked. She's ripping the pages out as she's doing it. Dad, what's wrong with this thing? Xandra goes to check on her because she wasn't saying anything. She goes into the bathroom and sees her halfway out of the shower with a paper book reading it. That's so awesome but so insane at the same time. Just scrubbing. You could have gotten a bath or something, or I don't even know. I feel I assume the book is her property too, so I don't know, you would think to some degree that she would think oh, I'm fucking this book up really bad for myself, maybe I should stop. Or maybe she's never seen what happens to a book after it gets wet or something. That's really funny. They have sticky fingers. They're always sticky, dude. They're just dripping with molasses like an old tree. Xandra's younger brother's childhood book. She's just digging through it, taking a peek. Maybe she's purposely fucking it up. Need to get her a subscription to Audible. Then eventually he'd been released and ended up at the very retirement home at that Then eventually he'd been released and ended up at that very retirement home. My buddy wouldn't tell me exactly what this guy had done, but he was horrified and almost actively angry at the fact that I'd never been informed that such a violent offender lived behind my property. After I met with my buddy, I asked my parents if they'd ever known about it, and they hadn't, so I guess we just didn't have to be informed back then. Now back to the present with my buddy though, he told me that the guy was long dead now and that he'd cropped up as a potential accomplice of a current suspect they had who was part of a ring. So my buddy was curious if I'd ever seen anyone being weird with kids around my area. He described the man, and while I can't be sure because ultimately he was generic skeevy old white dude, it very much sounded like the ghost who grabbed me in the alley. And I reminded my friend about my true ghost story from my childhood, which I told him and others a bunch of times, and we both went a bit pale and quiet. Honestly, I think I preferred it when I thought the old fogey was just some ghost. I can look back on a ghostly encounter with wonder and excitement, but a near miss with an old pederast, though, well, that's a lot more traumatic. Shower cigs. Yeah, they need to make waterproof cigarettes. Damn, can't believe I actually have to eat casein now. That's crazy. Wonder how much casein I should consume. Maybe I do have egg white protein. Maybe I'll just consume that. That's probably a little bit lighter on the body. You lost 4 pounds over 25 days. Nice. Wait till you eat ass. That's very slow digesting. It's actually good for your digestion because you're repopulating your gut bacteria with someone else's poop. Portland in a sentence. That's funny. Where are you from? Oh, I'm from Wet Cigarette, Oregon. Where? It's called Wet Cigarette? So me and my family moved to a new town in the early 2000s. Dad got a promotion and work. Oh, new promotion and work. Dad got a promotion and work. What the fuck? Dad got a promotion and work, so maybe at work? Dad got a promotion at work, so we upgraded and moved to a nice place in the suburbs. Me and my sister got to attend a better school, Mom got to meet some new friends, and Dad had a much shorter drive to work. Everything was great. I was really excited to move, and I'd never moved to a different house before, and it seemed like a wild adventure. These days I look back and think, what a dumbass I was. Moving house isn't something that I wish on my worst enemy, even under positive circumstances. It's so freaking stressful. But back when I was only 6 years old, so the world was... Can't wake up. Remember when Will Ferrell was doing a fake juggling act to that song? That might actually be like one of the best moments in like television cinema ever. It was so strange though, like once comedy became like not as popular or like not as legal during the whole Trump like 2016 onward era, did you notice that characters like Will Ferrell and like all those like just like typical funny people, they just like all disappeared? Like where the fuck did Will Ferrell go? I haven't seen him in anything in forever, and I feel like it's a little bit of a disservice. It's a little bit of a disservice to not make us laugh once in a while. Yeah, why did you say comedy is illegal in the UK? Oh, it's just like the speech laws are just different there, it seems like, to a certain degree. So it's just, I assume because everyone is even more sensitive at this day and age, the concept of comedy is to kind of like point out the truth about a certain situation, even if it's just your truth. And it doesn't even have to be truth, it can be an exaggeration, but it's kind of shining a light on something most of the time while being a bit of an, hyperbolic about certain things. And it just seems like most people are quite sensitive to comedy in many ways. especially if it's like in any form, like rude, Without a thought, without a voice, without a soul, don't let me die in here. There must be something more. Will Ferrell disappears and we start seeing Chad Smith. Who's Chad Smith? UK's literally known for roasting their politicians without worrying about retaliation like they do in the US. Yeah, who gets... Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I just feel like everywhere there seems to be like a major crackdown on like just... Because I mean, like at the end, I've always kind of thought of it, what's the emperor wears no clothes type concept. And what, if you look at it as like the game of war or whatever it is, I always assume the jester or the joker is the only person that can defeat the emperor, because as soon as you can like laugh at something and you don't have to take it seriously anymore, you can point out the ridiculous nature of it, suddenly that thing just like doesn't have as much power. But this sort of like shutting down people's speech pertaining to pointing out the ridiculousness of a particular thing, usually at like, once again, going back to our previous conversation about like adding a pejorative to like define what you're saying. So like if you're pointing something out maybe in a comedic way, they call you racist, they call you anti-Semitic, they call you misogynistic, they call you, misanthropic or whatever. You know what I mean? They call you all these particular things. But in reality, to me, that's just always been like a cop-out to like, one, shut down your words, shut down comedy. And it makes sense. Like if I was running a government, that's what I would do. I would use the power of linguistics to like shut down people's ability to progress forward with like ideas, because memes are incredibly powerful, right? Memes, they start to catch on, they take, form, they start to shape the public's discourse on things. But then if you can suddenly say that actually those memes, those are dangerous, those are bad, like suddenly now it's like if you can lock up the jester, to me, that's when things get scary. Make them laugh, make them laugh, make them laugh. There you go. Yeah, just do it. But calling everything something negates the power of the word. It means they have no real argument. Yeah, but like it's strange though, because I feel like people still genuinely think that like just calling things a pejorative or a word, even though you essentially negate the actual real cases of the usage of those extreme words, it does start to lose their power. But for some reason, I feel like it still seems, at least in a strange way, effective to that individual who has like cast that spell or that label. And to me, that's kind of like the worst part, because it essentially puts you in a position where you're constantly in this area where you're like in non-agreement, right? But the whole point about progress within a society is coming to some degree of agreement. It's not just about like casting someone away or winning an argument. Like sometimes I think it's much more effective to actually allow someone like to understand, the perspective of both sides. And that's why it's so demoralizing in a way when someone does kind of just like throw out one word as like their counter argument, because that just means that they have essentially no interest at all in hearing the opposing perspective or the reasoning behind it, or having, what I mean? But it can be shorthand for a common understanding. What's that? Which part? Oh, the word, like the individual word. I mean, it can be within particular groups, but if there is someone that disagrees with you on that shorthand, and the shorthand in and of itself is essentially there to just like disparage someone's character or to like negate the, further communication, then to me, I don't think that's a effective way to communicate. Like, sure, within your like circles, you can like tell someone like, oh, don't watch that show. It's anti-Semitic, or it's racist, or it's it's misogynist, or, and like maybe within that individual circle, those friends who already kind of have like a rapport with each other in their form of communication can kind of be like, oh, okay. Or they can say like, it's woke, A lot of people would say that. They're like, oh, don't go see XYZ movie, it's woke. And a lot of people will just be like, all right. But I really don't think it's like effective to cast those labels of woke or racist or whatever, because you essentially miss out on the nuanced details of like a piece of art, or you miss out on the nuanced details of a perspective. And you thought my voice was AI. It could be if you want it to be. Is this channel woke or based? I must know. That's up to you to decide. We're part of the woke middle. The woke middle ground. The woke normies. Good. Art should make you feel uncomfortable. Yeah, I agree, honestly. I don't know, the idea of like problematic, the idea of like certain words that just basically say like, our hive mind, our group of people over here are under the interpretation that this piece of entertainment is actually, not good, and we don't like it, and therefore you should shut up and not do it, or you shouldn't even look at it or think about it. Like, that is basically just saying that you don't think individuals have like autonomy within their own mind to make their own decision, or that you are fearful of the other individual's perspectives, so therefore you have to shut their perspectives down, which has been a tactic of the government since fucking forever, since the government could figure out that they could just tell you to shut up with a sword to your neck, you know what I mean, or a gun to your head. I don't want to pay my taxes. Oh, really? What if I shot you in the face and put you in prison? And not in that order. Kind of a woke-based person. Yeah, I think you should. I think everyone should have a degree of everything. I think you should sit there and listen to all argumentations, and then realize that you're just going to go buy a burrito at Chipotle anyways, and none of it fucking matters. When I was younger, it was common to have a discussion that we're challenging, not triggering. It's important to challenge our own beliefs and have deep empathy for others, for sure, yeah. And dig into the details too, Let's get to the bottom of it, Let's not just assume that every particular, policy or idea or consideration or thing is that we've typically adopted into these, split down the middle concepts of left versus right are always going to fit everybody's, needs. And that by, if you don't accept it, suddenly you don't fit into our in-group, and therefore you're bad or you're the opposing group. Like, that's some of the stupidest shit. Like, I've seen so many times some of the most like middle left people are now cast as like conservative right-wing Nazis for whatever reason by the left, because they don't, keep up with their ever-changing dogma. And that to me is like some of the most brain-dead manners and thinking ever, and like very groupthink-esque. And it's just, it's dangerous. It's existed throughout like humankind forever, and I hope that people start to like become more aware of this and not afraid to say it. Like, don't be afraid to say something makes no fucking sense just because it makes you feel like you fit into your group more, or someone's not going to yell at you. Fucking yell at you. Let them yell at you, dude. Who cares? They obviously don't have control over their emotions anyways if they're just yelling at you about something. My girlfriend turned me on to you, and now I can't fall asleep without you. Thanks, man. Keep it the great. Thanks, Thomas. Good to see you, dude. And thank you, girlfriend. I just think it's funny. I just think funny is funny. If you try to make something racist or biased or something funny, it's not funny. But to act like racist things can't be funny, it's just censorship. Yeah, I mean, like, most people can laugh at shit while still simultaneously being like a fucking normal person in real life that's not going to withhold or disallow somebody into their car, or somehow like some fucking joke or whatever is like going. It's always like the slippery slope argument that the world is just going to descend into fascism or a dictatorship because of comedy or something. It's just like, shut up, dude. This is the fucking internet. It's just silliness. Why is the middle demonized? Because people just, they don't, like, when you're trying to run a religious cult, right? You can't have any variation of thought. Like, everything needs to be, if you're running a Scientology cult, if anybody has any questions about the fact that, like, why did all the alien souls descend into the volcano and now they've been trapped in there for 1,000 years, and the only way we can, progress further is by having like crystal booklets, or if at one point you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? They're going to get mad because you're basically, one, if they really believe it, you're interfering with their worldview, their identity. And when you interfere with people's identity, they get uncomfortable because it starts to challenge their own perspectives. But even more so, probably at the top, there's certain, power structures that like their power. They like to maintain power. When you ask them why their narratives make no fucking sense, suddenly their power structure is like loosely threatened from some type of like grassroots independent, line of thinking. And that must be nipped at the bud, cut down at the knees as quickly as possible. It's like you wouldn't want some like, say you took over a warring tribe, right? And then there's a bunch of young men who are taller than, a wheel, an axle on a wheel or whatever. And you're like, kill all the men who are taller than the axle of this wheel. And the reason you do that is because you want to mitigate any further dissonance in their bloodline who will remember the day that you took them over. So, that's the same fucking concept of censorship, really, and like demonizing someone who's in the middle. It's because you want every single person to be like of uniform thought. And that's not cool, because that's never going to happen, and the only way to enforce it is by being a big old jerkazoid. Most people think you have to belong somewhere. Nobody is allowed to just be anymore. I know, that's be still and know that I am God. What's the first fucking word in that? Be. No, I'm just kidding. I know that doesn't translate at all to this argument, but it's the same kind of fucking concept. Like, just be still. Just be you. Just be who the fuck you are. You don't have to be anything other than whatever the fuck you is. Power or not, when we are introduced to information that contradicts our current belief system, our brains literally go into fight or flight mode. We don't want to hear it, we justify it. Yeah, for sure. The cognitive dissonance within like political discourse is fucking lame. And it's also not very, it's not even like fun. It's not even fun to always think the same way all the time. Like, isn't it a lot more like intellectually stimulating for you to like hear something that you disagree with, and then at the very least go fucking Google it, go chat GPT it, go just like at least do some semblance of like, well, let's see, what does this actually say, what, you know what I mean? Because I remember like a while back, like someone was talking to me about like, Planned Parenthood and those kinds of things. And I believe there was like some demonstration in there, and the fact that a lot of the funding for Planned Parenthood wasn't even coming from like taxpayers. A lot of it was actually coming from like independent foundations, like the Clinton Foundation and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, all that kind of stuff. And I was like, oh, what the fuck? Why are they so concerned with Planned Parenthood? Not like, you know what I mean? It's whatever, but I just thought it was like one of those weird moments where I'm like, what the fuck? You should read a book called Data Detective. It's not about data analysis. It's more philosophical. Oh, okay. Oh, I did see the trailer for War of the Worlds with like Ice Cube. Did you guys see that shit? Where like Ice Cube is just like sitting in his gamer chair the entire time, reacting on a screen to like the world being taken over. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Is he on another planet? Is he not experiencing this alien invasion worldwide? It looks so fucking bad. And then the whole time it just kept trying to allude to like data. Data is their energy, guys. Your Facebook password from 2012 is what they use. I don't know. Ice Cube genuinely did look like he could fit some degree of decent role within a movie. I'll be honest with you. Like, he looks like he could be in a serious movie and actually have like a serious movie success. But the fact that he chose to be in that one is, I know H.G. Wells would be shitting himself, but the fact that he chose to be in that one is kind of sad, because he's essentially done. Like I don't know. I could see him turning it around, marketing himself. Naked Gun. Yeah, is it good? It's the biggest resource on Earth right now. Yeah, why? Well, my apologies. Why is that though? What is it about like data that? I mean, I understand using data to predict maybe humans' movements. Maybe that's what the aliens use. But like the direct idea that it's like energy, like unless it's like the potential energy that exists within like a stored, hard drive or something like that, or large servers. I am just struggling to understand what it is about that. Did these things activate because we had enough data floating around? What if Joel's been AI this whole time? He's just manipulating us, pretending to be flesh and blood. I mean, I've said that many times. It could be a possibility. Repeat the question. I don't remember what I asked. Sorry. Data is everything that the world uses to function. Oh, you mean like on like a metaphysical, spiritual level? Like data? Like an Akashic record type data? Or like all of our, like we as humans being? I'm just confused. Or like, do you mean like data like the Matrix? Joel's the alien ship headed towards Earth, your army. It shouldn't be. That might just be someone coming to check your modem. Check your hard drives. That's data from Star Trek. Yeah, it's just him. Did you ever drink Bailey's from a shoe? Energy in digital form. Okay, well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Maybe, that would make sense. Like you activate the aliens once humans' data reaches a certain amount of like potential energy, and then it would indicate to those aliens buried in there that we as like humans have reached some degree of like technology that must be thwarted as soon as possible or whatever, because we'll become a threat. I live by Amish country and know where I'm going if technology fails. Just saying. I mean, hopefully they permit you into their world. See you, Matt. Take care, dude. You're gonna get a tattoo of the astronaut? Nice, man. If you do, yeah, there should be some references. It's from a Robert Heinlein book, just for reference. But be sure to tag me in it if you get it, because you'd be the second person in the history of Let's Read to get a Let's Read tattoo. The last person that did it was years ago, but they got like a Valentine's Day related art, which is pretty cool. These days I look back and think what an idiot I was. Moving houses isn't something that I wish on my worst enemy, even under positive circumstances. It's so freaking stressful. But back then, when I was 6 years old... But back then, I was a 6-year-old kid, so the world was all sunshine and rainbows. I'd never known true fear or suffering. At least until the day this all happened. I remember that day that I had an argument with my sister. We were twins, so even as brother and sister, we almost never argue. She's my best friend and I hung out with her nearly all the time, so I was really salty and upset that this day we'd fallen out. I don't even remember why, but I definitely remember that it was her fault. Hi, Holly, if you're listening to this, you know I'm gonna send it to you, if Let's Read narrates it. We lived in the neighborhood for about 6 months by this point, but I'd only met and befriended the kid. Shit. Dude, I was doing so good in my read before, and now I've like lost it. It's so strange, the difference between being on a roll versus being not. It's like your brain is just like locked into another dimension. We'd lived in the neighborhood for about 6 months by this point, but I'd only met and befriended the kids that lived across the street, brothers Mike and Joe. Most of the other houses were occupied by older folks. It was kind of a quiet community, perfect for older couples but less popular for families with kids. I knew there was one other family though, just at the end of the cul-de-sac around the corner. They were a big family, mom, dad, 3 sisters, and a brother. We knew them vaguely from church, and they were known as an extremely nice, friendly family. Oh yeah, I'm so used to saying family friendly that Remember when YouTube was obsessed with things being family friendly for advertisers? The thing about Planned Parenthood is that they have, like, it's just an abortion clinic. It's a clinic for low-income people that need to get help reproduce. Yeah, for sure. No, I know. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I was just finding out that a lot of its funding came from external sources, like foundations and stuff. Like, specifically was just, I was like, oh, okay. So this isn't like really much of like a taxpayer argument, I don't think. I could be wrong. How are you feeling about the new YouTube update coming? Yeah, so I'm a little bit worried. Like, I don't know. Let's actually see. What's the new YouTube update coming? Alright, so AI-driven age verification and teen safety, quote-unquote, rolling out. YouTube is launching a machine learning system to more accurately identify teenage users, even if their account age suggests otherwise. This new feature... Okay, wait a second. I'm going to be honest with you. This seems a little bit ripe for lawsuit. Because if you recall, not too many years ago, YouTube was collecting data on individuals that were under the age of 13, and then the state of New York sued them because they were using that to do targeted advertising to them. So in a similar fashion, don't you think that it would be maybe not good thing to do to like use an AI model to like learn specific information about a user based on their activity? Like, I feel like there's some lawsuit just waiting in there. And then on top of that, yeah, so many people are going to get banned. Yeah, well, like, I don't understand. Yeah, does that mean that, like, none of my content will ever come across somebody that they may or may not have mistakenly determined to be, like, a teenager, so they just, like, aren't going to get to see scary stories or something, which, basically, the question is, like, am I going to get, like, less views, you know? The site might actually crash. The tattoos, yeah, on my lower back. Maybe you don't feel like being on a roll, so be it. That's a good point. Or whatever the movie was, I can't remember the name. We can make sandwiches. That's exactly what it means. What if you look young but you're 29? What about, oh, right, that's a good point for the age verification, like face scanning. But I think the weird thing in the US is that they're not doing the face scanning stuff. Oh no, I know what it is. It's like your okay, wait, okay, so the new feature will enforce age-appropriate restrictions such as disabling personal ads, applying digital they're going to disable the personal ads, so I guess that does. Applying digital well-being tools, break reminders. What the fuck is that, a break reminder? Dude, watch YouTube all day forever. This isn't Nintendo. And curbing repeated viewing of sensitive content. Users mislabeled as teens can confirm their age using a government ID or credit card. See, that's it right there, bro. Users mislabeled as teens can confirm their age using a government ID or credit card. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck is that shit, man? You're going to get mistakenly labeled as a teen probably all the fucking time, and then everybody needs to input their goddamn facial biometric bullshit. Man, that's so insane. We are really in the future, aren't we? Is there any way we can just be like, don't do that? Because then at what point, all your shit's going to get leaked. All your shit is going to get leaked if they go to a third-party thing or, yeah, the data breaches. Everyone's going to know It's going to be funny, but it's not going to be funny. Dude, they need to rethink this. Like, I get it for the UK, but just make it for the people from the UK. I mean, they can't even use the VPNs to begin with. That's so stupid. That's so obvious. Like, oh my god. And then also on top of that, like, how many people were, I'm gonna lose views. Time to take this to another platform. Dude, there is no other platform, really. Like, there's Rumble, but Rumble sucks ass. And Rumble's gonna do it too as soon as they do some type of, like, UK bullshit where you need to, like, scan your face to sign into the internet. Like, they're just gonna do it on every fucking, like, they're gonna do it to sign into your, like, Google Chrome. I have a Rumble page, and I even like worked with the person there for promoting it, but it's not like it did very well. They want your data for Palantir. I mean, it makes sense. It's just so strange. Like, what is the fucking... It all just feels like it's preparing for some stupid, boring dystopia. You're gonna have to do an in-person story at your local library. Right, yeah. I'm so passionate about reading, I go and do it at local joints. Yeah, I think they will track. You'll have to stick your phone up your ass to make sure that you have a 30-year-old butthole. Monthly meet and greets. Yeah, we're gonna have to switch over to OnlyFans probably. Touch grass. Fuck that, dude. Next, we won't be allowed to wear shoes so they can know us by our toe structures. Exactly. They got nanobots in the sand. I wonder if I could fit everybody into my basement. Oh yeah, so as of July 15th, 2025, YouTube updated its partner program guidelines to better detect and restrict monetization of mass-produced, repetitious, or inauthentic videos, especially those generated by AI, such as slideshows, synthetic voiceovers, or auto-compiled lists. I only use like a singular image on my YouTube videos. I wonder if that's going to be a problem. I hope I don't get like wrongfully labeled as AI, because a lot of people think I'm AI, you know? Eligibility criteria haven't changed, but the focus is on rewarding authentic, high-quality content. Fuck, dude. Can you imagine? They do this, my views drop. They do that, my channel gets demonetized. I get shot in the head. I don't know why I got shot, but it feels like it'd be next right after that. Isn't that going to happen on Spotify as well? I wouldn't be surprised, man. This shit's so cringe. If you bury a family member on your property, it becomes a graveyard and their property, and therefore property tax doesn't apply. Really? Is this true? Isn't it also illegal to bury your own family? I heard something about pay cuts for faceless YouTubers. What? Jesus, dude. Did you make that up? You made that up. What, pay cuts for fucking podcasts? What? Could indeed impact faceless YouTubers, especially those relying on repetitive or templated content. What's changing and why it matters? Tighter security on mass-produced or repetitive content. YouTube has clarified that content deemed inauthentic, often characterized by templated formats, minimal variation, or AI-generated scripts, may now fail to qualify for monetization. Well, I'm already in the YouTube partnership program, so that's different. These guidelines reinforce existing expectations from originality and authenticity. Channels that rely heavy on repeated formats or repurposed content without significant creative input risk losing monetization, even if they already meet subscriber or watch time thresholds. Faceless channels, what Reddit creators are saying. On Reddit, creators voicing concerns that these changes target faceless AI-heavy channels from the discussion. YouTube will not monetize content that looks like it was created by robots or made in bulk with no human effort. They will monetize content that uses human-crafted scripting, good video editing, and good commentary. Does not matter if the voice is AI or not. I don't know, maybe they're just trying to avoid like monetizing the channels that do AI, like as far as their discretion goes. Because I do have a YouTube rep over at YouTube, so I would assume they're, I don't know, I guess all we can do is Bigfoot vlogs. I hope they stick around. 15-year moratorium on AI infrastructure. Yeah, where they can't change anything, right? I thought they got rid of that. Yeah, I gotta just talk through my butt cheeks the whole time. Joel, do you upload everything to Odyssey as backup? I have a bunch of shit over on Rumble from previous content, but I don't think I ever used Odyssey. I don't even know if I've heard of Odyssey. Your YouTube is big enough, you're not going to be punished. I mean, it would be quite strange, you know. And I do have a podcast that's successful too, and I don't know. IDK. So whatever. I mean, I get it. It does just kind of suck, like, that AI came into the realm, and then almost immediately all of those, like, fake scary story channels just started popping up, and I don't know. I really don't know how I would, like, differentiate myself that much. If it meant saving the history of YouTube, would you show cheeks? Fuck them. Mr. Revenant sounds way different now. Now I only listen to this channel on Boost. Does he use AI or something? It's the clankers. I know, bro. Hopefully AI just destroys itself eventually. That's the only way I can see it really happening, is it just gets like so fucking inundated with confusion that it just cannot operate. Yeah, I saw a goofy bootleg Mr. Ballin channel who uses videos and stories, different videos slapped on different story. It's a brain dead channel. That's crazy. Joel's been in the game so long, do not panic, get your bathroom towel. Don't forget to bring a towel. We knew them vaguely from church, and they were known as an extremely nice, friendly family, so I thought nothing of just wandering around their house and knocking for them to see if they wanted to come play. 2 of them did, the girl my age, Kathy, and her brother, Will. We played various ball games and whatever other silly things kids enjoyed back then. It was fun, and I liked them. Then, from a field across the road, a group of other kids came strolling over. One of them was Will's friend and a few other kids, and then Will's friend's cousin, who was a chunky, loud, and angry girl called Hester. Hester was about 10, so older than most of us, and she lorded over the fact... Lorded over the fart. Cuts the audio out, then slaps a different Mr. Ballin audio in there, like, what? That is strange. I mean, objectively speaking, there was already that, like, huge barrier of entry whenever YouTube changed their specifics to, like, monetizing their stuff, where it was like 4,000 hours of watch time, 1 year of uploading, yada, 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 but I mean, I feel like that in of itself is a pretty good barrier, but like adding quite a bit of like discretion upon like who gets monetized based on the fact that they maybe they're low effort AI channels is good to see. But it is dumb that like it's almost like every 5 years we go through this cycle where it's just like, I don't know, just every 5 years we go through some cycle where like YouTube just does something that's just feels like fucking not even their decision. It just feels like some external entity's decision. And I guess in many ways it is, if the stupid UK government decides that, oh, it's for the kids. We got to protect the kids instead of letting the parents make a decision about what they watch and all that kind of shit. You never think about the unhoused kids, do you? We got to make sure that they can scan their face and their biometrics and their ID that they definitely all have. Otherwise, they might watch, if they even watch a single Ryan's Toy review, we need to see exactly what they're doing right this instant. What's up, Steve? How you doing, dude? I don't know. I kind of hate the fact that, like, within the YouTube drama sphere, we always have to hear every fucking day about, like, Ethan Klein and, like, H3H3 and iDubbbz and just the most brain-rotting shit ever. But you never get to hear about those same people with, like, quite a bit of reach bitching about these boring dystopian futures we have. They just talk about the fact that the other one didn't like their wives' clothes. My Underballin Studios, Joel. What does this entail? It's got a history podcast linked above. It's the pinned comment there, called Twist of History, on all podcast platforms. I mean, nobody's leaving YouTube. Everyone's, I mean, where else are you gonna go? There's not even a single fucking thing. I mean, you can go watch all your shit over on, I guess, like Rumble or something, but it's like all of that's just like political crap. I don't know. The internet's just becoming more and more centralized, you know? Does Mr. Ballin know what I look like? He does. I beat him in racquetball every Thursday, which is today, actually. We've got a game coming up. Blue Sky? No. Blue Sky is just another, like, Twitter knockoff that's, from what I've heard, is already, like, on its way out dead. I was able to plug my channel in the last episode? No shit, really? Did they actually do that? Let's check it out. Mr. Bolin. They discovered pure nightmare fuel one. Has a fan ever recognized me? Where's it at again? Refuse to get another app. Yeah, it's just so hard to transfer people to something else. Does Mr. Ballin know about my tramp stamp? Sometimes the tramp stamp pops out when we're gaming. We're hitting balls against a wall. Wait, where is this? Where's this shout out? Is it the beginning? No way, it's at the beginning. That'd be fucking. Or was it on a podcast? You're incorporating the closing credits in the last. Oh, the twist of history. Yes. We got that figured out. So I'll be like shouted out at the end of every twist of history episode, which is nice. Sorry, I thought you meant in Mr. Ballin. I was like, well, that'd be nuts. I actually lose subscribers. That'd be fun. I get banned. Sweet. That went great. The YouTube chat is so much better than those alternative platforms. Yeah, I don't know. I've tried to communicate with people over like Twitch. You go on there and it's just like, I don't know if it's just like a younger audience and everyone's like brain dead or something, but it seems like they're all just like vying. They're all just like individual bots who are vying for the attention of the streamer, but not actually having any degree of like communication with one another. And maybe it's because the chat moves too fast. I don't know. It's very brain rotty. And even if you ask them a specific question, like, why do you think X, part of a game is OP or something like that, they'll be like, what are you fucking talking about? And then they just, I don't know. It's like, it reminds me of Instagram comments. I don't know if you're familiar with like Instagram comments, but you get like one comment, right? And then no sub comment below that has like any piece of information that could be like useful to like a discourse or conversation or anything, the way that like Reddit or sometimes YouTube might be. Yeah, it's like Twitch is just like so silly. Hester was about 10, so older than most of us, and she lorded that fact over the other kids. Immediately I could tell that she was an insufferable little brat, and after just an hour she started picking on 5 or 6 different kids in turn, making people cry or turn on each other in the way that bullies do. Of course, because Hester was such an obnoxious, unpleasant person, everyone wanted to impress her. And that's how it is when you're kids, I guess. After a bit, Hester declared that our neighborhood was fake and gay and dumb, and if us stupid kids knew what was good for us, we'd follow her across the field to a much cooler place. None of us were allowed to go that far from home, and none of us wanted to suffer one of Hester's Chinese burns, or... What the fuck? I just want to include that part. None of us were allowed to go that far from home, but none of us wanted to get hurt by... None of us were allowed to go that far from home, and none of us wanted to get hurt by Hester either, as she would be threatening. And the place that Hester led us to was actually cool. It was the beginnings of a park, sort of half set up and half under construction. And there was a set of monkey bars and a swing set had already been set up, and this teeter-totter and a merry-go-round were abandoned on the half... God damn it, dude. Too many fucking words in one sentence for me to, keep up with. When I see ad commercials while I'm watching a program, I instantly pass it. I mean, seriously, you're trying to pass this non-realistic content, and I'm just embarrassed that you think we're that dumb. Well, that's what sucks is, they didn't even, wait till it got good before they, shoveled most of it down your throat. Everyone just saw it as an opportunity to, dumb down every possible amount of expected effort from a human being, and it just absolutely flooded the market with, low-effort nonsense. And it stinks. A set of monkey bars and a swing set had already been set up, and a teeter-totter and a merry-go-round were abandoned on the green half covered in plastic. I guess it says something about the nature of the area these things were just left there waiting. I guess it says something about the nature of the area that these things were just left there waiting for construction to resume after the weekend, and that the area wasn't fenced off or anything. And like moths to the flame, some of the kids waddled wide-eyed over to the swings and began playing there, and Hester commanded everyone to follow her. And God fucking damn it. I can't, keep up with this fucking writing. Hester commanded everyone to follow her, though. Okay. And Hester commanded everyone to follow her, though, and led us to a stack of concrete tubes. They were stacked in a pyramid shape, 3 on the bottom, 2 in the middle, 1 on the top. "Who's brave enough to go inside?" Hester screeched, pointing at the middle tube on the bottom. And this seemed like a terribly stupid idea. The tubes were fastened together with some kind of metallic straps that held them in place, but even then, and even at 6, I was aware that these tubes were potentially incredibly dangerous, and incredibly stupid that anyone had left them unattended. "I'll do it," I said. So I got down on my hands and knees and carefully, nervously crawled into the tube. And I called that I was in, and then behind me, the light disappeared. I tried to turn around and discovered that the tube was too small for me to turn around in. And that's how I discovered that... Hey, Bangy, what's up, dude? Hey, when I'm watching a cooking channel trying a new recipe, and the next commercial that comes on, they're talking about poop and feet fungus, and I'm like, you can really... There's poop commercials? AI has gotten so bad they're just trying to sell us poop. "What's going on, everybody? Got a new big pile of poop. I just made it out of my ass." Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we get to that point. Start up my OnlyFans and make $1 million in one day from selling my shit. Hey guys, and then I have to start an entire fertilizer company just to keep up with demand. What's up, Alpha? I tried to turn around and discovered that the tube was just too small for me to turn around in. And that's how I discovered that I suffer from crippling claustrophobia. I began to panic almost immediately, backing down the tube. My foot pressed against something. Hester and the other kids had put some kind of board or block over the exit. I tried to force against it, but the concrete scraped my bare knees and I couldn't get any trajectory to kick back against whatever they were holding there. And frantically, I already started to cry. I began to sort of crawl down the pipe towards the other end. It was very slow going. The pipe was about 20 feet long, made of rough, spiky concrete and little stones that dug painfully into my knees. And I was about halfway to the end when Hester's face appeared in front of me. Hester's face appeared. It's the first poop I've laughed at that you said, there's a poop commercials? Honestly, at this point, I'm just like not surprised. We're slowly turning into the exact future that I prayed for as a child. I didn't want flying cars, I wanted AI shit commercials. It is exactly what I was hoping for. Is the word claustrophobia in any way related to Santa Claus? I think so. Like you don't like sitting on Santa Claus's lap or something without vacating your bowels. Since this is a horror spooky story channel, do you guys want to hear the most horrifying thing I've ever been offered for money online? Yeah, let's hear it. I was about halfway to the end when Hester's face appeared in front of me at the end of the tube. She yelled at me that I was stuck in there and called me a little crybaby. This, of course, made me cry, which made the other kids start laughing at me, taunting me to impress Hester. Her ugly face looked in again, and then everything went dark as they covered that end of the tube with a board, too. I began to absolutely freak out, screaming and crying. I looked over my shoulder and saw from behind me. What? What's up, MM? I absolutely freak out, screaming and crying. I looked over my shoulder and saw from behind me. Period. Or like maybe just looked from behind me? I don't know. Oh yeah, claustrophobia. Oh my god, that's a good point. Oh, that's a perfect joke setup. Can you imagine that? Why was Santa Claus claustrophobic? Or no, I don't know, something with going down chimneys or whatever. You would have to figure that dad joke out, but that sounds like a really good one. Holy shit, you like my comment, I'm going to cry. Thank you. I love you so much. Oh, love you too. Which comment did I like? It was the one where you were screaming, help! Help me! One time when I had braces, I had them like 1920. A guy offered to buy my used braces once I got them removed. He initially tried to pretend it was because he always wanted braces and could never afford them, but eventually he admitted he wanted to... Ew. That's fucking weird. He wanted to wear them at night. I should have saved my braces. Imagine all the money. No, I'm just kidding. I began to absolutely freak out, screaming and crying. I looked over my shoulder and saw from behind me. I realized they only had one board to cover the exit and were running back and forth outside. I began moving backwards, pleading with them to let me out. I heard Hester yell, and just as I'd neared the other end, light poured in far ahead of me and they covered the exit and freedom yet again. Like I said, I'd never experienced my true fear or suffering until that point, but suddenly it was like a little imp was sitting on my shoulders, punching me rapidly and repeatedly in the temples. I began absolutely hollering, crying, screaming, and begging them to let me out. Hester laughed and yelled at me to go to the other end, that the board was stuck, but I could get out if I crawled. So I crawled, blinking towards the light through my tears. And sure enough, when I was near the end, the kids jeered and howled at me, and then covered the end instead. And this process went on a couple of more times, each time with Hester promising me that they'd let me out this time, and each time they'd cover the exit. And by now I was cut up and bloody and screaming and obviously crying, and to this day I don't know what kind of psychopathic little brat Hester must have been to keep this up. In the defense of the other kids, by now a few of them were arguing with her, shouting at her even. I had a guy offer to buy me my stinkiest shoes. 1 pair of your stinkiest shoes, madam. Coming right up, sir. A fine purchase. And then you have like a tap of your bath water, like you pull on the tap and it like empties the bath water into the shoe, and he drinks it. It's just like a disgust. It's like a hyena. It's like a hyena man. Santa-phobic. Santa baby, you're stuck inside the chimney. Has there been any stories of like Santa Claus coming down the chimney and somebody started like a really big fire below him to kill him? Has that been written yet? How about a used sock tea? Dip stinky socks on in a cup. I'll be honest with you. Write that down. Guys, where there is a demand, there is a business. And we will fulfill the needs of the depraved. Santa Claus is Canadian. How dare you? That's the rudest thing you've ever said about my beautiful Santa. Your friend and her brother ripped their own braces off? Ooh, what the fuck? That sounds like actually impossible. Also, how long did they have them before they're like, alright, we're done? Merry Xmas, hey? Hey, I'm coming down the chimney, don't start a fucking fire or anything like that. Also, do you have any used braces? Oh, look what they left me out for tea. Stinky sock tea. Oh, it's my favorite. Just like Canadian perverted Santa Claus would be so fucking funny. Oh, you've been a good girl this year. Anyways, I gotta go. Can you fart on this cookie? In defense of the other kids, by now a few of them were arguing with her, shouting at her even, and I didn't know it, but Kathy and Will had already left to go get an adult at this point. As far as I knew from within my concrete tomb, though, all of those kids were out there enjoying it, and they wanted me dead. I don't know if I had some kind of actual seizure or if it was just a panic attack, but I began flailing and kicking. My skin burned with agony as I punched and kicked the concrete interior of the tube. I don't know what I was trying to do, if I thought that I could break my way out or something, but regardless, something did break. I heard a cracking, a crumbling noise, heard a metallic snap, and then felt a seismic shifting as the tubes on top of me began to roll. All hell broke loose. Hester and the other kids began screaming in fear. I started to roll, dust from the concrete tube stinging my eyes and making it almost impossible to see, and Pradeep scratching the shit out of the couch. Kitty! What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? Are you coming in? Come on. Come on in. Come on. Hey. He gets to the threshold of the... Oh, here he comes. Yeah, come on in, you little stinker poop. Come on. Get in your spot. Get in your spot. Yeah, lay right down right there. Good boy. Oh, yeah, cat is here. And wait, now he's leaving. He got in his bed and then he got up and walked out. He's like, I will not be told what to do. fucking ever. I did want your attention, but now... Oh, wait, now he's back going through my legs. Bro cannot make up his mind. He loves me not. He loves me not. What are you doing? Good boy. Alright. Their dad was surgeons that took his tools, I assume. Nice. That's how you do it. Get those braces off. You've had them long enough. You want to hear him purr? I wonder if he would purr if I picked him up. Come here, buddy. Come on back in. Come on. Now he's just like smashing his body into the blankets. Come on. Get in here. Get in my yurt. This is my yurt. My teepee. Whatever. He can do what he wants. I don't care. The only individuals I hear speak like the stereotypical Canadian is from Minnesota and Saskatchewan. Yeah, I think, honestly, that accent is like mainly Minnesotian. Does he ever drool? He does sometimes, yeah. He'll just be like in my lap, like I'll be petting him or whatever, and he'll just like, his mouth will be like just like hanging open in like a trance. It's really funny. I started to roll Yukon and Northwest Newt? What's Newt? Or Northwest Territory? Oh, yeah. I don't feel like a Minnesotan accent, but people tell me I do, so it sucks. Oh, that's cool. People from Minnesota, from what I recall, are like some of the nicest people. All hell broke loose. Hester and the other kids began screaming in fear. I started to roll, dust from the concrete tube stinging my eyes and making it almost impossible to see. I was pretty much in the middle of the damn tube. Blissful, blessed light flooded in from ahead of me, and I began to Blissful, blessed light flooded in from ahead of me, and I began to scramble as quickly as I could towards freedom. Dude, I can't read this fucking sentence, mate. Can't read shite. West Coast Canadians being called stoners is so untrue. So I'll be right back. Gonna smoke a J. Wonder if that has something to do with, like, if you smoke too much, if you can, like, not think of, like, if you try to think of an apple in your head and rotate it around, explode it, put it back together. You need to read adult fantasy for those who indulge. Like Lord of the Rings. That's fantasy, and it's for adults. I probably will one day, honestly. Some sort of OnlyFans thing. Maybe not. Maybe I won't have to. If things get very dire and you hear about an OnlyFans, you'll know. You'll know. I got the visuals in my brain, no problem. That not being able to picture stuff is separate from the the inner monologue. Who knows, dude? Maybe you do have the inner monologue and you just don't know how to articulate it. Boyfriend roleplay. Alright. Babe, are you coming? Hurry, dude, come on. We're like 20 minutes late already. Oh my god. What do you mean? I don't know where your other earring is. You were wearing it. What shoes do you want? These ones? Oh my god. Will you pick it out? I don't fucking know. I'm just gonna watch Love Island while you finish that. Can you not talk about my mom that way? I don't say shit about your mom and she fucking sucks. Pff, fuck you, dude. I'm leaving. And then I go and build a pipe bomb. I call my girlfriend dude. 100% call my girlfriend dude. She was what do you mean? How is that toxic boyfriend? She was being toxic. She's so rude when we're about to go somewhere and we're literally late. She was the one that wanted to get there ahead of time, made me get all fucking ready, and then somehow I get blamed because I can't find her fucking earring. She's got like 200 of them. She could literally wear mismatching ones. No one's gonna fucking notice. Yeah, she stabbed her earring into my leg. Let's hear my best Ebonics. Okay. Ebonics ASMR. Good day, sir. Would you please kindly not disrespect my mother a single time, otherwise I shall have to blast you into the afterlife with this blunderbuss that I have just packed with a new powder keg. What is it that you just said about me? You think that I am a female dog? How dare you? You will pay for that with your life. Like I light a cannon. It's like a cannon. You better apologize. You hear that shit. You hear the cannon. You hear the ignition, the light on the cannon. You got 10 seconds to apologize. I'm firing a cannon into your fucking car. I am firing a cannon into your grandma's house, bro. All right, you say sorry. All right, put that out. Just kidding. Boom! 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 Cannon through your fucking house. Dude, I hope they bring back cannons. I hope in domestic disputes we get to hear about somebody using a cannon. Honestly, that would solve so much. People bring like Tech 9s to drive-bys. One cannon would solve everything. Just imagine that blasting through like most of your living room into your like back porch. You'd devastate the whole block. Blissful, blessed light flooded in from ahead of me, and I began to scramble as quick as I could towards freedom. I knew that I was in genuine, serious danger of actually dying if I didn't. As I reached the end, I felt hands on me dragging me roughly out of the tube, and I was pulled out onto the grass. Then I heard this rumble and a crunch, and heard the most haunting, ear-splitting scream, the worst sound I'd ever heard in my life. Kathy and Will's dad, Jack, was the one who pulled me to safety. They'd gone and told him what Hester was doing, and he'd come out to check and then rushed over in horror when he saw what the kids were doing to me. Meanwhile, Holly had come to apologize and witnessed me being pulled to the concrete tubes. A series of tubes. You had the baby, Jay. Congratulations. That's amazing. That is amazing. What's my favorite podcast to listen to? Tim Dillon's good. The Y-Files is good. A Twist of History. What's actually good? Sometimes I don't listen to like a lot of them, but I was listening to that, what the hell's his name? Danny something. Not Danny Phantom. Danny Jones. Danny Jones has a lot of like random, like this one was cool. Well, just like a lot of random guests that are like in the realm of like the weird deep sea alien bases, the underwater CIA project no one's talking about. Dude, no one's even talking about the underwater CIA project. What the fuck? You ever listen to Joe Rogan? Yeah, I've listened to Joe Rogan. I guess it just depends on who Joe Rogan has on it as a guest. I just haven't listened in like a while because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like there's not a lot of, like it's a little bit unstructured sometimes with his interview. I'm not saying unstructured, don't get me wrong there. I don't know, for some reason it doesn't feel quite as structured as some other interviews as far as like getting right to the shit that I want to hear about. A lot of the times it's just like Joe Rogan being like, dude, what the fuck was up with COVID, dude? What? Like, what? That was bonkers, dude. Boom. Locked in our house. Boom. Telling on your family. Boom. Forced to get a vaccine. Boom. God bless you if you're breastfeeding. Oh, yeah. Thank you. I am. My cat. I like EDM music. I do. Yeah, I love every type of music you can do with like electronic stuff. I mean, there's a lot of it, so you might have to go into like specifics, but I do love it. Do you ever split a boulder open with grandpappy's teeth and then you gotta teach a wildebeest how to resole a Birkenstock before labor? Do I watch UFC? I definitely like UFC, I just never really like watch it that often. But I do see a lot of it comes up, and sometimes I'll just watch like knockout videos. Boom! 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 That's like my favorite thing from Joe Rogan. It's just him going, boom! 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 But they come at it, boom! It's boom! I say, can I go to school? No, you can't. Boom! Can I have money at lunch money? No, boom! Fuck you, boom! I know there's a lot of content creators who are just busy making their own stuff and don't preoccupy much with other people's stuff. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the case. I mean, a lot of the times it's just like whatever's like placed in front of me to like listen to whilst I go about my day, you know, from thing to thing. So of course it's a lot of like listening to things. Listen to a lot of just like brain dead drama videos, and I don't know, just like my it's not like even an attention span thing. It's just like my time. Like, how far can I get into this 3-hour podcast in the 10 minutes it takes me to drive to a fucking gas station? And then after I get back from the gas station, it's like, oh, turn that off. Maybe we'll come back to that in 10 years. Boom! His face of horror. Do you have days where you want to do a live stream that's not on the set days? I mean, I guess sometimes it might be like Saturday and do like a gaming stream. But now I've been getting so busy with just like stuff. There's always just like another docket of like stuff to do that in my free time I find I'm just trying to, I don't know. Is the stream ending soon? No, I'm fucking way behind. Boom! Bombaclat, boom! Meanwhile, Holly had come to apologize and witnessed me being pulled from the concrete tube seconds before it cracked and caved in on itself. If Jack hadn't pulled me out those last few feet, I genuinely don't think that I'd be here to write this story, at least not in one piece. The horrific scream that I heard had come from Hester's cousin, George, Will's friend, who lived nearby. One of the concrete tubes had just rolled off the stack and literally crushed his leg. I caught a glimpse of it as I was carried away by Jack, and holy crap, it was like there wasn't even a leg there. He was eventually fine, thankfully, but he had to have multiple metal pins surgically inserted into his leg, and a bunch of physical therapy, and Hester's family had to foot the entire bill. I have no idea what happened to her, and I wish her all the best, and I hope she went on to have a great and fulfilling life. Just kidding. I don't think I can really say what I feel about her without getting you demonetized. And so that's the childhood trauma that still keeps me up at night to this day. I still can't stay in and... Boom! Kaboom! 3 big booms. Wait, is it booms? Do they do 5 big booms for something? Are those guys still huge? Ka-chow! I still can't stay in enclosed spaces, even elevators. Jesus Christ, yapping king. I still can't stay in enclosed spaces. Even elevators make me panic, and while I can manage them if I have to, I'd always rather take the stairs. That's my outro. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. I saw the Sasquatch. Boom! Dude, when the fuck are we gonna catch Sasquatch? Like, honest question. I swear to God, this has got to be one of the years that we catch a Sasquatch. Why do I whisper it? I think if I yelled boom really loud, it would, well, first off, it might hurt my voice. Second, I would wake up everyone. Gummy, good luck, and I hope you survive. Wait, what are you doing that needs good luck? Eating a gummy worm? What's bomba clot mean? It means like blood clot. It's like a Jamaican expression for just frustration in general, or like surprise. Bomba clot. Yeah, I'll wake up all of you inside my walls, keeping it nice and tidy. Little mice people. I woke you up, I'm sorry. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, we are... Man, watch Haunting Hour? Came out in like 2010. No, what's that about? Oh, thank you, Gummy. Appreciate you. I have an absolutely weird story for you, and it drives me nuts that I've never been able to work out the exact truth behind it. So maybe you and your listeners can give me some theories. At the very least, maybe it'll help me stop having nightmares about it if I finally talk about it to strangers on the internet. It was a pretty bad week to start with. Mom had asked her friend if I could stay with them in the weekdays before she had to do a work thing. Mom's friend had 2 kids, Benny and Daniel. Benny was my age and was my friend from school, and Daniel was younger. She was kind of a whiny, wet blanket kid who was constantly crying and moaning and kicking up a fuss about stuff. And that's why Benny and I didn't really take it seriously that day when Daniel fell and wouldn't get up. Instead, he just sat there, screaming and crying, saying, "It hurts, it hurts." We laughed at him to start with. It had only been a little fall, tripping backwards onto his butt. But when he carried on crying, we realized that maybe he was serious this time. Long story short, he fell backwards against the... Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Long story short, he had fallen backwards against the furnace of this fireplace thing and cracked his tailbone. Easy enough to recover from, but it required a hospital trip, and there was no way... Easy enough to recover from, but it required a hospital trip, and there was no way that Benny and Daniel's mom, Nancy, was going to tolerate Benny and I under her feet in a hospital waiting room all day. So Nancy called her friend, Kate, and asked if she could look after Benny and his friend that they were babysitting, me. Oh, sorry, that confused me for a second. Boom! What if Sasquatch is a government surveillance project? Just out there monitoring people in the most remote locations. Do I have a beard, or is that your hair I'm always scratching? It's just like a piece of hairy cloth that I have. It's like I have a scarf around my neck, and it's really itchy, so I scratch it. It's made of human hair. Boom, 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 boom for Sam Squatch. So Nancy called her friend, Kate, and asked if she could look after Benny and his friend they were babysitting, aka me. Kate was the mother of Elena and Carl. Elena was our friend from school, so we knew her. And sorry if this is some tangle web of confusion, but this is important. Me, Benny, and Elena were 7. Carl was 5, and Kate was their mom who was looking after us for the day while Benny, who was 4, was getting checked out in the hospital. Another important part, Kate and her husband Arnold were absolutely rich. They lived in a house that, to me as a kid, was completely huge and daunting. It was built in the 19th century, if not before, and in my memory it was like 8 stories. I'm sure it can't have been that big in retrospect, but it was this very old country house that had been in their family for probably generations at this point. Creepy portraits of various old members of their family hung on the oak-paneled walls. They had a housekeeper, a gardener, and a maid, and there were at least 2 grandfather clocks in the house, and I swear to God there was a genuine suit of armor in one of the corridors. The whole house was absolutely mysterious and wonderful and fascinating, and it smelled of old things. There were numerous cabinets and cupboards to explore. Various closed doors that were tantalizing and appealing, and there was even a music room filled with instruments, including a piano that I was just dying to try out, as a bubbling pianist who passed 3 grades already. Sorry. Reading things as a British person is pretty funny. Can you make Let's Read stories for my mice to fall asleep to? Sure. And then he ate it. Snagglepuss. There were numerous cabinets and cupboards to explore, and various closed doors that were tantalizing and appealing, and there was even a music room filled with instruments, including a piano that I was absolutely ready to try out, as I was this up-and-coming pianist who'd passed 3 grades already. Naturally, because it was such a cool house with so much promise and excitement, we were allowed to stay in the freaking hallway, where we were given a box of toys and told to sit on the floor and play all morning. Elena and Carl were both really pale and quiet and pretty weird, and they seemed a little scared of their mom. Hell, me and Benny were scared of their mom. She was strict in a I want to seem cool and hip, but I also hate kids way, and clearly resented having to raise her own children, let alone look after Benny and I for the day. And I am pretty sure that she wasn't actually Elena's biological mom, but I never had any contact with the family after this one day. Things just didn't fully add up in my young boy mind, and all this just contributes to the mystery in my head. Elena called her Kate, and Carl called... Oh, okay. Joel, if you're a car engine, what displacement would you be in? Probably 6th. I wish to be as funny as Joel one day. Not funny. I'm not funny. It is kind of weird sometimes to to realize, and this is such a meta stupid thing to say, but to realize to what extent you can and cannot say things that make people laugh in real life. You know what I mean? Because that's something that takes that's something that took my entire existence to figure out a little bit. To know exactly when I can just eventually say some just absolutely stupid shit in front of someone, knowing that I've been shaking inside my skin to fucking say it to them, but knowing that if I do it too fast, they're so normal that they'll feel a little strange around me. I don't know if it's tism, but it's just a desire to make giggle. Wake me up. Wake me up inside. I can't wake up inside. Elena called her Kate and Carl called her Mom, and at the time, I could not for the life of me work out how or why this was possible. I guess I didn't grasp the idea of a stepmom not being called Mom back when I was 7. After a few hours of mind-numbing boredom in which we were forced to play with toys that were for babies, we had lunch. I forget what it was, but I remember it being the most boring, bland lunch I've ever eaten, and I remember thinking that I was glad that we didn't have a big, valuable house if it meant that you had to eat boring crap as a sort of compromise. Benny was normally the class clown, but I guess he'd been babysat by Kate before because he was on his best boring behavior that day. He'd barely talk, in fact, and it was really unsettling to see my friend acting so muted. He was normally the leader, and he would get us all into all sorts of silly adventures. But for me, it's autism. That's how I feel too when I'm in public. I'm totally normal, but at home around people I'm comfy with. I'm feral. I'm fucking feral. I'm frothing at the mouth, ready to take a bite out of crime. I'm not like most people I know, so if someone can handle my sense of humor, I know they're a keeper. Hell yeah, dude. That's the way to do it. I honestly wish like everyone was just funny. You know, a little bit funny. Just you know what I mean? Just like a little bit fearlessly funny. JD Vance voice. Wait, which one was the JD Vance voice? I actually can't remember what JD Vance sounds like. He kind of talks like this, I feel like. Very politician-y. Very Ted Cruz. I will only say the right thing. The absolute correct right thing. Gritted teeth voices. JD Vance. Is that how he talks? Ted Cruz ate my son. That's what was sketched on the side of the bricks. Ted Cruz ate my son. He sounds like baldness incarnate. The most bald vice president. Do you guys think we'll have a president again after this one? Do you think they'll do that again? Another one of those? Oops, sorry, kitty. Wow, what the hell's he doing there? Like stretched my leg out to the side and they just crushed him. Make my day, punk. Make my day. If you got any home invasion stories or true crime collection, you should look into Jean McConville from Northern Ireland Troubles period. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. Ever been diagnosed with ADHD? Nope. No burrs. Honestly, what happens? What do you get? Do you get like a trophy whenever you get diagnosed with ADHD, or how's that all work? Let's look. What would be the direct definition of ADHD, and is it all made up nonsense? When your cat acts up, do you spray him with water? No, he doesn't act up ever. He's a good boy. You get Adderall. Ooh, meth. I like meth. I like drugs. Diagnosed with ADHD at 24. Did you get any free methamphetamines? Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopment disorder characterized by a persistent pattern of inattention, hyperactivity, or impulsivity that interferes with functioning or development. So like already, I would say that I don't have any of these because I could pay attention in school, I wasn't hyperactive, and I'm not very impulsive when it comes to functioning, if that makes sense. Like I'm obviously very much different from in real life than I am to the streams, just because, I mean, the streams is just kind of about being like silly and entertaining and having fun, I guess, and some very serious discussions. According to the Diagnostic and Statistics Manual of Mental Disorders, the DSM-5-TR extended release, DSM-5 Plus, they just added a few new things. The DSM-5 Premium, predominantly inattentive presentation, often refers to as ADD. Okay, so I am attentive to people, predominantly hyperactive, impulsive presentation. I'm not hyperactive, I'm not impulsive, and I'm not either of those combined. Is it all made up nonsense? No, ADHD is not made up. It's recognized by American Psychiatric Association, the World Health Organization, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, decades of peer-reviewed research, neuroimaging studies, genetic studies, and clinical observation. However, there is valid criticism and skepticism around aspects of ADHD. Overdiagnosis in some populations, underdiagnosis in others. Pharmaceutical influences shaping public perception, cultural biases defining normal behavior, such as inattention in structured classroom settings, may not be pathological in all contexts. Misuse of ADHD medications for non-medical treatment. I'm disciplined, yeah. I mean, to an extent. I'm basically just disciplined to the extent that I, don't fuck things up for other people, you know what I mean? But sometimes I try to keep it good for myself, too. About sending him a story of mine once or twice, but I always figured it'd be very short. Oh, it's all good. I mean, let's read submissions at gmail.com. Can you make stories on paranoia? It'd be interesting. I was a huge daydreamer as a kid, but it's gone away. Damn. They broke you. Joel, can you undiagnose me, please? I no longer wish to be mentally ill. Okay. What's your diagnosis? We'll work our way backwards. What's up? Oh, Justin. Did you change your PFP again, bro? Dude, it's genuinely so hard to keep up with track with people whenever they change their pictures. Holy shit, look at those locks. That's crazy. He's ready for Waterworld. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie. It's a good movie. Who needs therapy when Let's Read exists? Exactly. We'll figure it out. I have too many. Take them all. Oh, dang. I was actually wanting to see if we could undo any. Talk about overdiagnosis. Well, we're about to undiagnose everyone. Get the TISM. The TERSM. He was normally the leader, and he would get us all into all shit. 3,000 words, that's pretty normal for a story. That's pretty medium length. He was normally the leader, and he would get us into all sorts of trouble. After lunch, Kate allowed us to play in the garden, which was a sprawling, mysterious wonderland of trees. There was a pond, flower beds, and a vegetable garden. So of course we were only allowed to stay on the patio area, in sight of Kate at all times while she sat in the kitchen watching daytime TV. After half an hour. You love the stories that drag for 20 minutes, I know, reflecting upon their experience. Shit's fucking stupid. After a half hour it began... Oh wait. After half an hour it began to rain. And Elena and Carl would apparently catch pneumonia if they stayed in the rain, so off we all went back to the cold tiled hallway where we had to play with baby toys again. After a while, Kate announced that she was going to take a nap, and I watched her disappear up 2 flights of stairs. Not that she'd been watching us before, she'd been in the other room with the door half open, but now that Kate had fully left, I was hoping it meant that we could actually do something a bit more exciting. I suggested this to the others, but Elena seemed horrified and said that we had to do what Kate said and we'd better stay in the hallway playing with Carl's jigsaw puzzles because it wouldn't do to get us in Jigsaw puzzles. Imagine if jigsaw puzzles were like as complex as like the jigsaw killer from Saw and like his puzzles.
So, you want to play a game? You want to play a game? 6 months ago, I saw you steal a cookie from the cookie jar. Now, you must choose which fingers you want to keep.
The kitty I'm house sitting is obsessed with my almond coffin-shaped nails. Scratchies. Hashtag scratchies. I suggested this to the others, but Elena seemed horrified and said that we had to do what Kate said and we'd better stay in the hallway playing with Carl's jigsaw puzzles because it wouldn't be good to get into trouble. Benny had gone to the bathroom and hadn't come back for 10 minutes. I looked around at the home with this very sad longing. Surely there had to be something cool we could do. I asked Elena if the house was haunted, and Carl began to sniffle, and Elena explained that he was afraid of ghosts. God, what a crybaby. He made Danny look like a badass. And Elena explained that no, there were no ghosts here. And I asked who else who lived here, and she said it was just her, Kate, and their dad, and who was always away on the week. Fucking Christ, I can't fucking see shite when I'm reading. What's up, Joanna? How's it going? Every hole has a Joel. True. Go down the Joel hole. A trip down the rabbit Joel hole. Does sugar make you fart? Asking for my dog. Asking for my dog. I asked who else lived there, and she said it was just her, Kate, and their dad, who was always away during the week in the city. Even at 7 years old, I knew enough to feel bad for Elena here. Kate clearly wasn't a nice mom, and I kinda understood why Elena was always on her own and lonely at school. I asked about the house staff, and Elena said that they came from the nearby village for... a few days a week. And I found it incredible that such a huge house could have so few people living in it, especially when the kids seemingly weren't allowed in most of the rooms. Benny still wasn't back, and I needed to use the bathroom. At first, Elena said that I'd have to wait, but then she relented and said that there was one upstairs as long as I promised not to touch or break anything. I needed to pee so bad I thought that I was actually going to wet myself, so I promised her on my life. She told me it was upstairs and on the left, so I ran upstairs, quiet as I could so Kate wouldn't hear and yell at me. I found the bathroom, and it looked and smelled like my great Nan's bathroom, full of pink doilies. Doilies? Is that a thing? Simpson, what's up, bruh? Yeah, I also have bad ADHD. How do you know, though? Like, how does one know, right? Like, honest question, like, how does one know? Is there like a specific structure of the brain? Is there a specific chemicular, you know what I mean? Is your brain just like filled up with gush and mush? If you were to lean over to your side, would it be like a purple drop would come out? Like, what is aside from like just someone looking at you and being like, do you struggle to pay attention in school? Do you feel like you ever just want to get up and go, and you go, yes and yes, doctor. Well, madam, here's your prescription for Adderall. I hope you can continue to make really good YouTube videos. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I get it, like lack of neurotransmitters, dopamine, whatever, but like, you know, at least with diabetes, we can measure the A1C, we can measure the we can measure the fucking just blood sugar levels. We can, and I feel like there's just easy measurements. So like, what are the measurements for ADHD within just for a doctor to diagnose? But caffeine and carbonation also are where I get my serotonin boost of the day. Dude, what do you drink, Beth? Do you drink Bang energy drinks? Do you drink Rain energy drinks? Do you drink one of those? To be diagnosed with ADHD, a person must have a persistent pattern of inattention and or hyperactivity and impulsivity that interferes with functioning or development. Whatever the fuck that means. A. Inattention needs 6 or more of the following for kids, 5 or more for adults. Symptoms must have lasted at least 6 months and be consistent with developmental level. Often fails to give close attention to details, makes careless mistakes. Like whatever the fuck that means. Often has trouble sustaining attention. That's literally every kid. Often doesn't seem to listen when spoken to. Literally every kid. Often doesn't follow through on instructions. Literally every kid. Often has trouble organizing tasks. Literally every kid. Avoids or dislikes sustained mental effort. Literally every human. Often loses things. Every kid. Easily distracted. Every kid and every puppy. Forgetful in daily activities. Every kid, every puppy. Oh my God. Hyperactivity and impulsivity. I don't know if I genuinely have a disagreement with the diagnosis of ADHD in children when all you have are these lists of things that every kid is. You might be a puppy. I don't know. Now, I wouldn't have an issue just saying kids have ADHD if it meant that maybe they get a little bit more assistance in school, a little bit more attention, that then help them catch up to their peers. But the question is, and I don't really know this, say a kid is diagnosed with such, what's the usual next steps? Maybe people with ADHD need to be disciplined. They need to be hit with a bamboo stick, bro. Just kidding. Education and support for parents. Doctors explain the diagnosis and what ADHD actually is and isn't. Parents are often given resources, books, websites, a bottle of pills. Just kidding. They may be referred to parent training program like behavioral parent therapy, which could be good for them. For children 6 and under, behavioral therapy is first line, not medication. Examples: positive reinforcement, consistent routines, reward systems, stickers, charts, timeout, structure, and discipline. There you go. That sounds good. Just like every fucking kid ever in the history of existence. School involvement. Notify the school with diagnosis the child may qualify for an IEP, individualized education program. Nice, dude. That's cool. That's what we were just saying. A 504 plan. They are held in a room in a straitjacket for 8 hours a day. What? Just kidding. 504 plan, classroom accommodations like extra time on tests, seating adjustments, etc. Teachers may be asked to complete behavior tracking forms. Okay, I like it. Okay, so this is where I get a little not happy here. Gets fixed with LA chancla and play outside in dirt. There you go. Maybe some kids just need to become child soldiers. I don't see why that's... Like, some of us are just born for that. I know I was. Medication, usually for ages 6+. Stimulants, first line. Like, what the fuck? Methamphetamine, Ritalin, Concerta. Amphetamines, Adderall, Vyvanse. Non-stimulants. If stimulants don't work or cause issues, atomoxetine, Strattera, guanfacine, clonidine. Doses start low and is adjusted based on response and side effects. Jesus, dude, what the fuck? Ongoing monitoring, family counseling, lifestyle adjustments. How soon and how many visits does it usually take after age 6 before a child is given stimulants? I was a parent. A lot of schools are starting to have different types of seating instead of all just desks, like rocking chairs and those silly moon-shaped gaming chairs. Seems to help a little. That's cool. Yeah, like maybe like some sort of whirly gig or something to play with. Quick to anger is another symptom. Yeah. Minimum timeline, fast-track cases. In private pediatric or psych clinics with experienced providers, visit 1. Parent raises concerns. Doctor collects history, gives behavior checklists. Visit 2, 1 to 2 weeks later. Checklist reviewed, diagnosis confirmed. Visit 3, if criteria are met and parents agree, stimulant prescription can be... Holy fuck, dude. As few as 2 to 3 visits are 2 to 4... In 2 to 4 weeks, you can start giving your kid, based on the doctor's diagnosis, stimulants. That's so fucking stupid. Alright. What are the side effects on the child that start these particular stimulants over the course of their development? Alright, short term, weeks and months after starting. These are usually noticed first and monitored closely. Appetite suppression, sleep problems, stomach aches, headaches, irritability, mood swings, tics may appear or worsen, but usually mild or reversible. What the fuck? Increased anxiety or emotional flatness. Some kids feel less themselves or overly quiet. That's crazy. Medium to long term, months to years. Some effects may persist or raise concerns. Growth delay. Jesus. Research shows slight height and weight suppression, usually less than 1 inch in height over several years. Kids often catch up later. Growth rebound. Appetite issues continue. Sleep disruption, emotional blunting, potential cardiovascular strain. Rare, but stimulants can cause heart rate and blood pressure increase, so kids with heart issues need screening. Rare but serious. Psychosis or mania. Rare, more likely if the child is predisposed to bipolar or schizophrenia. Severe aggression or suicidal thoughts, extremely rare, but documented in isolated cases. Jeez. Has there been shown any effects on brain development during the use of these? La chancla. Yes, there have been studies on how stimulant medications affect brain development, especially in children and adolescents with ADHD. The findings are nuanced, and here's a clear breakdown. Key findings from research: brain volume and structure. Children with untreated ADHD are often show reduced volume in areas like prefrontal cortex, attention planning, basal ganglia, impulse control, cerebellum, coordination, regulation. Stimulant-treated children sometimes show less pronounced volume differences, suggesting a normalizing effect. 2007 NIMH study found medicated kids had brain development trajectories closer to neurotypical peers. I wonder if they compared it at the beginning or not. Cortical maturation. In untreated ADHD, delayed cortical thinning maturation has been observed. Stimulant use may help speed up or normalize cortical development, particularly in regions responsible for attention and decision. Functional brain activity. fMRI studies show that stimulants increase activation in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, the anterior cingulate cortex, these areas involved in working memory, impulse control, and sustained attention. This effect seems to bring ADHD brains closer to the activation patterns of non-ADHD brains during cognitive tasks. No evidence of brain damage. Decades of follow-up have not shown structural harm, neurotoxicity, or reduced IQ. Studies on long-term users, including teens who have took meds for years, show no evidence of brain shrinkage, lesions, or abnormal patterns. Limitations of research. Most long-term studies go up to 10 years, not full lifespan. It's still unclear whether early stimulant use affects emotional regulation or motivational systems in individual ways. Individual variability is high. Brain scans show some kids respond more strongly to meds than others. What about... Hey, Ryan Souza, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. Thank you, my friend. You now have access to bonus content. Joel is knee-deep in chat GDP about ADHD. Yeah. I mean, it's fun to learn, or at least get a little bit of a trajectory of where to look, I should have been a doc. Yeah, I could have looked everything up on the internet. That's literally what, dude, it was so funny. I remember, working with some doctors who would literally do that. They'd be like, I don't know what do you think this is? And then the other doctors would just, scoot their chairs away from them because, I am not giving you any fucking advice because that is, a liability on my ass. Don't believe everything I read. Yeah, what's your take on it? Has anybody here had any anecdotal experiences from taking Ritalin or any stimulants since they were like really young for said diagnosis? And if so, has there been, and do you feel like any sort of negative effects from taking it? Because I've known some people who have obviously gotten addicted to Adderall and had some schizophrenic outbreaks and that kind of thing, which sucks. But what about withdrawal symptoms after taking these stimulants for so long? Never taking meds. Yeah, I don't think I would ever do that, give those to my kids. Stimulant withdrawal is real. Technically, ADHD stimulants aren't considered physically addictive when used as prescribed, quote unquote. But they can cause dependence, and suddenly stopping can lead to withdrawal symptoms, especially in long-term use or those in high doses. Common withdrawal symptoms: fatigue, depressed mood, increased appetite, irritability, sleepiness, excessive sleep, craving stimulation or boredom, difficulty concentrating, often worse than baseline ADHD. Rebound ADHD symptoms: emotional dullness or lack of motivation, mood swings, anhedonia, inability to feel pleasure because the brain's dopamine systems has adapted. Oh, that sucks. Symptoms are unpleasant but not dangerous. Yeah. Tapering, gradually reducing the dose, helps avoid or reduce withdrawal. With proper support behavioral structure, most people recover baseline function in a few weeks. Ooh, it's crazy. What's up, Belly? Good to see you. My friend's son was a zombie, didn't act like himself at all. That's scary, you know? Like, sometimes you just gotta let the kids be a fucking idiot, you know, until they... And then, just discipline them in whatever way that keeps them... I mean, the whole regimented process, I like that. Like, getting them in school, getting them regimented, getting them stuck on, like, specific routine. I mean, that's just a kid in general, though. That's literally just a kid. Like, that's all of every kid ever. Just needs a fucking something to do, you know? Here's a Rubik's Cube. Figure it out. Here's a baseball bat and a ball. Have fun. You know, that's just existence. Your energy is boundless when you're a fucking little thing. I found the bathroom, and it looked and smelled like my great-nan's I found the bathroom, and it looked and smelled like my great-nan's bathroom, full of pink doilies and one of those knitted toilet roll covers with a doll's body in it. None of it looked like it belonged to a young modern family, and the whole place was so weird. I washed my hands and left the bathroom. I was about to go downstairs and behave myself, honestly, but then I heard sounds coming from one of the rooms. I knew Kate had gone up to the next floor and their dad was away for work, so I thought maybe Benny had come upstairs, even though there was no way that he could have gotten up here without seeing me. I approached the door. I heard another sound from inside, and it sounded like a person in distress. To this day, I would swear that I heard the word help. I opened the door, and the sight that lay inside stays with me into adulthood. It was my first real experience of seeing a genuinely sick person. A 4-poster bed sat in the middle of the room, surrounded by translucent medical-style curtains. Monitors and machines beeped from beside the bed. I didn't recognize them at the time, but since I know there were at least a... Jesus, what the fuck's going on? See, this is what you need to do with a kid with ADHD. Put them in this room. Just kidding. I'm supposed to take my Vyvanse 6 days a week, but really only take it 3 days a week just for work here and there and have a bunch of tasks on certain days. I guess, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I wonder how you craft a genius. Like, how do you just make, like, the most genius person ever? Monitors and machines beep from beside the bed. I didn't recognize them at the time, but since I know there was at least a heart monitor and some kind of machine to aid with breathing. There were a couple of other machines there too that I can't even begin to tell you the function of. and the room stank of just illness and antiseptic. It had the function of a hospital. What's up, Jorge, dude? What's going on? Nicotine and sponge blob. Here you go, kid. Here's a vape and here's some sponge blob. Here's some YouTube poop. You'll figure it out. If you're Einstein, you steal your wife's work. Wait, you're telling me Einstein was a fraud? That's something I'll believe, Christy. Don't tell me that. Otherwise, it'll become my truth. You want to what's up? I'm sorry, Jesse. What's up, buddy? Buddy old pal. Jorge, thank you for the one, man. Einstein used quackolators? What? He's supposed to be the Tony Stark of the Jewish Avenger scientists. I've always procrastinated. Unfortunately, I had a doctor who wanted to just prescribe med after med. I switched doctors. Yeah, it's just, like, doctors don't give a fuck about you. You know what I mean? Like, they probably get kickbacks on most of the medication they hand you. But most of the time, they just want you to shut up and get the fuck out of their office. Didn't Einstein date his cousin? Hey, didn't we all? Come on now. Okay, wait. It's true. When they divorced, his work wasn't the same caliber. Wait, so who was his wife? That's curious. Let's look this up. Take Joel down the rabbit hole. Oh, it was his cousin/wife? Okay. So did Einstein steal his wife's work? Or his cousins? His cousins? Einstein. Jeffrey Einstein. Yeah, okay, Epstein. What did you call me? You know, the smart guy from World War II, Epstein. I think you're talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Whatever. The claim. Some speculate that Mileva marriage, Einstein's first wife and a physicist mathematician herself, co-developed or even wrote parts of his early theories, including the 1905 papers, like special relativity. The evidence. They studied together at Zurich Polytechnic. Love letters between them show they discuss physics. In one letter, Einstein wrote, "Bringing our work on relative motion to a successful conclusion." This is often cited as a proof of collaboration. However, there's no documented scientific contribution from Mileva, no co-authorship, no drafts or equations in her hand, and no cooperation from their peers. Many historians interpret their dynamic as Einstein bouncing ideas off her, not as equal partners. Conclusion, Mileva likely supported and inspired Einstein's intellectuality, especially early on, but there's no solid evidence that she co-authored or contributed equations to his major scientific work. Oh, okay. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if you're working on something, you just bounce ideas off somebody else, and I'm sure, if he's dating her, they're probably an intelligent person or whatever. ChatGPT is misogynist. And racist, too, and antiseptic. It's everything bad. You've been on Adderall for 25 years. Yeah, how's that been? Are you seeing ghosts yet? All her work was destroyed, so he gets the credit. Is that what happened? Einstein's cousin, Elsa Einstein, was not a physicist. She was his second wife. Oh, wow, and also his first cousin. She had no scientific background and played no role in his theories. No claims have been made that stole ideas from her. So where did the rumor come from? Some of it's fueled by modern revisionist narrative seeking overlooked female contributors. The fact that Einstein left Mileva and gave her the Nobel Prize money in their divorce settlement, which raises eyebrows. A desire to challenge great man myths in science history. But historians, including feminist scholars, generally agree Mileva was important in his life, but not a co-creator of his published theories. I smell conspiracy. Oh man, dude, like a gay detective would be so fucking funny. That show would go so hard. But then he just gets caught up doing sex stuff. I'll have to get my magnifying glass out for this one. Just to see what I'm doing. And then every time he's like getting down and dirty, there's just like the murderer is like sneaking out of a closet from behind him or something. Wait, Key and Peele did that? No, dude, they can't do everything funny. I'm getting a raging clue. Skyrim here, pop an Adderall, just stay till the end, give Skyrim an Adderall. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Just playing like 48 hours straight of Skyrim. Reading every book. Who bludgeoned on these silk sheets? That's a crime. Oh my god. That'd be such a good character, even if it's just in like little bits and pieces. The room stank of illness and antiseptic. It had the function of a hospital room, but otherwise it was like the rest of the house. Hey, Southern Cannibal, what's up, big dog? How you doing, man? What is new with you? The room stank of illness and antiseptic. It had the function of a hospital room, but otherwise it was like the rest of the house. Oak-paneled walls, old furniture, fancy cabinets, and yes, another grandfather clock. It was just the bed, the machines, and the person in the bed that were out of place. I took a step in the room, trying to see more details of the figure that lay in the bed. I genuinely can't be sure if I'm misremembering this, but in my head, I remember her being fully covered in a sheet, almost like a shroud. I genuinely thought that I was looking at a dead body at first. Then I realized the machines at least suggested that the person was alive, and looking closer I could see the sheet rising and falling as the person breathed. I had a vague understanding of what a coma was, and it occurred to me that this mysterious person hidden away in the bedroom of this huge house might be in one. At least, I considered this for a moment when the figure sat... Oh, whoops. At least I considered this for a moment when the figure sat and yanked the... Oh, okay, nice. Doing well, bro. Everything is going good. Glad you're still killing it. Thank you, bro. You too. How's everything going with yourself? You working on anything different or doing anything of that nature? Conspiracy theory, cats are reincarnated dogs who have returned to Earth after learning to be more independent. Yeah, what if like reincarnation was actually like going through not what you've earned in your life, but just like, it's almost like the gun game in like Counter-Strike, where you get like a kill and then you unlock the AK, and then you get a kill and you unlock the Desert Eagle, then the final one is like a knife kill. But in this one, you have to just like, first you start off as like a little freaking stink bug, and then you turn into every creature on Earth, even the ones that evolve in real time. I face revealed and I've delved into streaming and have a second channel now. I won't lie, bro. I burned out on stories, so it's a brand new adventure, but I'm having fun and enjoying it. Nice, dude. Yeah. Sometimes you kind of just need like a new channel to, you know, just re-spark things and see if that one takes off, because you really never know. And you said you face revealed, which is cool, like maybe utilizing your face for that like secondary channel to like, you know, sell, because sometimes like having a face to connect with as they do whatever video essay, it does help a lot, you know, from what I've seen with people. Joel husband just asked, how does he finish his stories if he's always just talking? It's a good question. It literally has taken me 4.5 hours to get through. Not that much. But I like talking. I like it a lot. At least I consider this for a moment when the figure sat bolt upright and yanked the curtain covering the bed away. The person in the bed was a woman. She can't have been older than Kate or Nancy or my own mom, but she looked severely aged at the same time. Her hair was slicked back with sweat, her skin pale and gaunt. She looked a bit like Elena, but ancient. The woman held out a hand to me, and I thought that she was calling to me. She started making sounds with her mouth, this sort of clicking coming from her throat, then moaning, but nothing I could recognize as words. And then her eyes snapped open wide, and so did her mouth, and it was like she was screaming, but silently. Again, I can't be sure if this was just in my head, as the stories become more terrifying to me over the years, but I'm sure she pointed at me. I let out a little scream, turned, ran, and thundered down the stairs. When I asked Elena who the woman in the room was, she looked completely pale and sick, and she told me it was Mom. Marm. It was her marm. It opened up a whole new world of opportunities that feels way more interactive and engaging. It's enjoying it a lot, though. We really have great people in the community that's been so supportive. That's good. It's good to hear. That's good. I'm glad people are nice about all that kind of stuff. And, it's at the end of the day, it's really not that big a deal. Like, everybody's got a face, everybody's got a thing, It's just kind of like an interesting dynamic of this community or whatever. Your live voice is way more sensual. You wish you were just a concept. I mean, one day you might. Oh yeah, everybody go subscribe to Southern Cannibal, if you can. Am I in the US? Yes. Snapped is a crazy word to use. Where's the snapped? I let out a little scream, turned, ran, and thundered down the stairs. When I asked Elena who the woman in the room was, she looked completely pale and sick. She told me it was her mom, and I told her that no, it wasn't. It was a sick woman, not Kate. Dumbass me couldn't grasp that Mom was someone else. Benny had returned from the bathroom by this point, and I started frantically telling him about the sick woman upstairs. His eyes widened, and he said that we should go and check on her. Elena started whispering in panic to us, saying that we mustn't go back upstairs. Carl, of course, started crying again. And before we could do anything, Kate came storming down. And I had never been yelled at by my friend's mom before in a way that Kate screamed at me then, calling me a disobedient little brat, a troublemaker, all sorts of things. I burst into tears. I had no idea what I'd done wrong. I thought someone was in trouble in the room, so I checked on them, and then when I realized I'd disturbed some sick lady, I'd left. Kate was having none of it, though, and said that there was no way that she was putting up with this. She used a lot more swear words than that, and I remember being shocked at an adult. She used a lot more swear words. Always a massive inspiration. Thank you for always being nice and giving advice. Of course, dude. Yeah, I'm glad. It's like whatever dream we have can't occur until we make it happen, you know what I mean? And sometimes it's like you gotta just keep making it happen and make it happen and make it happen day after day after day to make it reality. And honestly, the biggest difference between, those who make it happen and those who don't is really just those who try and then those who keep trying. My favorite stories to make, definitely paranormal ones. But this story was pretty good. Love hearing Joel swing back and forth from actual Velvety Voice podcast value. Thank you. You know who I learned about that never giving up? DJ Khaled. And the reason being is that, he just never gave up. Even whenever he was, kind of a cringe laughing stock, he just, played into it. But he just kept popping, and then eventually, after, 10 years, he just becomes the most relevant thing. In life, there's roadblocks. She used a lot more swear words than that, and I remember being shocked at an adult talking to me that way. She called up Nancy, who luckily had just gotten out of the hospital with Danny. Nate stared at us silently for 20 minutes. It took for Nancy to come collect us. Who? I don't know all these names, bro. Another one. And DJ Khaled's on the dating list. Well, there you go. See, if you're on the dating list or Epstein list, just think about that. That means you made it, guys. It means you were so important that some sort of weird abstract power structure decided that they wanted to blackmail you, to control you. To me, that smells like success. That's the thing, not to toot my own horn, Lamau, but I realized I'm more than just a voice, so I decided to go for it, which is what you got to do sometimes. Yeah, and it's, as far as like a marketability to things, yeah, absolutely. Another one. That would be hilarious if DJ Khaled ended up like buying Epstein's Island now that it's like up for sale or something. She called up Nancy, who luckily had just gotten out of the hospital with Danny. Kate stared at us silently for 20 minutes it took for Nancy to come collect us. Nancy scolded us repeatedly on the drive home, then made us sit in the utility room for the last hour of the day until Mom came to pick me up. I heard Mom and Nancy talking in quiet voices. Then on the way home, I told Mom exactly what had happened. I guess Mom took my side because that night, I heard her on the phone yelling at Nancy that it wasn't appropriate to send me to be looked after by Kate anyway, and that nobody... I guess my mom took my side because I had heard it on the phone. What am I even doing? Where am I even at? If she can date Pete fucking Davidson, I can totally be out of the question, right? Who's that? Sydney Sweeney? Or DJ Khaled? What's up, Carolina? Not sure if I said hi, sorry. Kate Beckinsale? What the fuck? Dude, I'm fairly certain though, and you might be familiar with this, but like those agents, they coordinate those friendships. And then they like go get their like in-house photographers and be like, look who we caught holding hands with the fucking disgusting skeleton man with lips. Kate Beckinsale. I guess you gotta go buy her new book and check out her new podcast with the princess. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude. I do feel bad. Sometimes I'm a little mean to Pete Davidson because some of the interviews he does seem like a normal guy, But it's like, oh my God. Oh my God. I just can't. I don't know. I just can't sometimes. That's true, Joe. You're not supposed to say that you're gonna find you. They're gonna find me. They know where I am. Because they're my roommates. Am I sleepy? I do feel a bit sleepy. I guess I do feel a bit sleepy. Good point, princess. I know, it's turning into another 6-hour stream. I gotta get as many as I can get in before the world ends. Just like say the world is ending ambiguously forever. I heard about it. Okay, now you made me sleepy. Way to go, princess. I heard Mom and Nancy talking in quiet voices. Then on the way home, I told Mom exactly what had happened. I guess Mom took my side because that night I heard her on the phone yelling at Nancy that it wasn't appropriate to send me to be looked after by Kate anyway. I guess Mom took my side because that night I heard her on the phone yelling at Nancy that it wasn't appropriate to send me to be... I can't fucking do this sentence. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Just kidding. Oh, man. Okay, so... Boom! 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 Pew, pew, boom! Boom! Joe Rogan, boom! You just see a monkey and you're just like, boom! Monkey, boom! Ooh, 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 ah, ah, boom, boom! Did we really go to the moon? Boom! Boom! Ooh, 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 ah, ah. I guess Mom took my side because That night, I heard her on the phone yelling at Nancy that it wasn't appropriate to send me to be looked after by Kate anyway, and that nobody had the right to yell at her kid and punish him for something that he hadn't even done wrong. They stopped being friends after that, and Benny and I kind of stopped hanging out shortly after, which was fine by me because he was always getting me in trouble anyways. I didn't really expect the incident to have such a long-lasting effect in my mind as it has. I have absolutely no idea what was going on in that house. When I saw Elena at school the next week, she was quiet and wouldn't talk to me and had bruises on her arms. I wish I'd been able to do something about it back then. I'm pretty sure some kind of abuse was going on in that household, but as a 7-year-old, I didn't have the vocabulary or know-how to say or do anything about it. I never did find out who that woman was, although I can hazard an educated guess that it was Elena's mom. My own mom has always been under the impression that Elena's mom was dead, so I have no idea why she was sealed away in a room in that house, hooked up to machines. I wish I could solve this mystery, for my princess, but unfortunately I'm going to have to leave the lady on the machines. I've been training with certified samurai on the top of Mount Fuji. And I can swim faster than an orca whale. I wish I could solve this mystery. And like I said, maybe your listeners have some theories. But in the meantime, I guess I'll continue waking up in the... I'll continue whacking up. But in the meantime, I guess I'll continue waking up in the middle of the night, haunted by nightmares of a dying woman, sitting upright in her sick bed, throwing back her shroud and pointing straight at me. It literally is like the monkey from Family Guy. I remember the monkey from Family Guy would come out of the closet like, dun, dun, dun. That's what was under that sheet. Holy crap, guys. We got more to go. Crazy. But what if we let's take a quick break right now. And we got 2 stories when I return, so it's not as fast getting out of here. Okay, let's do that. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Be nice.
I'm sorry I've returned. I've just received word that Dr. Pepper was found dead on the side of the road, beaten and battered. The reason for killing the man or woman was for his 23 flavors and spices.
You know what I just realized? It was really funny. When I was out this previous weekend at a bar, and somebody had told another person that I had done, like, my job was like voice stuff. I don't even remember. I wasn't even like drunk or anything like that, but it was just really funny because I could barely remember it. But I just recalled that the girl was like, "Oh wait, my boyfriend does a lot of voices." At which point, I know when I heard the word boyfriend, I should have walked away at that point, because that's incredibly rude to bring up that she has a boyfriend. But anyway, she brought her boyfriend over, and then he's like, he does like voice stuff. You do really good voices, right? And then which is just like so funny. I was just trying to imagine like what voices he had done, to all the time or whatever. But and she was like, just pick a voice, like pick literally any voice, and he'll just like do it. And I was like, okay, Nigel Thornberry, and like. It was just really funny. He was like, oh, yeah, I actually can do that one. Hello, puppet. He just like I don't know why, it was just like so funny in the span of like 13 seconds. Some guy that I've like never met. Oh, that'd be hilarious. It was Matt Mercer, yeah. Some guy I'd never met was just like in the span of that time, like now prompted in my first introduction to him as him attempting to do like a Nigel Thornberry, voice like off the gate. Like, this is great. I love this. I love whatever this is. I can be a voice actor. We can try it. We'll try it out. We'll see what happens. I think I forgot my water. Fuck. Her boyfriend is Alan Tudyk. Dude, that's so funny you bring him up, because I literally was just like watching a thing yesterday about him being in what the fuck's that called? With iRobot with Will Smith. He was the robot in it, and then he just like he has an amazing catalog of voices that he pulls from. It's, maybe one day, one step at a time. Hopefully the agency thing brings about some degree of success in that realm, and we'll see what happens.
Send you home with a pizza. Yes. Delicious.
Okay.
And a pizza.
I saw somebody like, you had a one night stand with like Tim Curry.
Good morning, puppet. We'll send you home with a pizza.
It's just so fucking funny.
A piece of pizza.
Okay.
Do the old man from Family Guy. Sweet suffering son of a bitch.
I broke with my boyfriend of 7 years because he said he hoped me and my whole family get deported. Oh, damn. I'm sorry. Was he just joking, or was he like pissed or something? Or he said that after you guys broke up, or?
Not cool.
Okay. This is a story that happened to me in the UK when I was a kid. Me and my buddy Jim used to hang out at this local park near his house quite a lot, where we'd chill on the swings, smoke on the bench, play a bit of football, the kind of crap teenagers get up to at the park. We were honestly good friends, goody two-shoes even, and just never got up to anything sordid, really. I had a couple of friends who made a hobby of setting fires inside public toilets, like inside the actual toilet bowls, and they'd recently been yanked into the cop's shop for a warning, and it had kind of traumatized the poor lads, so Jimbo and I God damn it. I did drink, what's it called? Powdered egg whites, because of what they were saying about having protein available to you at least an hour before bed. Which I was like, okay, I like the sound of that. I had a couple of friends who made a hobby of setting fires inside public toilets, like inside the actual toilet bowls, and they'd recently been yanked into the cop shop for a warning, and it had kind of traumatized the poor lads, so Jimbo and I were extra determined to keep our noses clean and be good kids. We were walking back to my house down a street we'd walked down a billion times. Most of the buildings along the street were houses, but a few of them were houses that had been converted into the premises for business. I forget what exactly there was, but one of them was a taxi rank. So they used to live in a taxi rank. A goody two-poos. So there used to be a living room on a makeshift... Wait, where the fuck am I? Oh, yeah. I forget exactly... Oh my god. I forget exactly what... I forget what exactly there was, but one of them was a taxi rank. So they used the living room as a makeshift office, which you could see into through these huge bay windows at the front. There was a 2-car... My god, I'm fucking clocked out, bro. 5 hours into this shit. There was a 2-car driveway which could house 2 of the taxis, then a couple of other taxis would park on the street. I guess then people would call up and book a taxi and they'd dispatch it to a location, etc. And this was years before Uber. Back when in the UK, anyway, there... What the fuck is this saying? This was years before Uber, back when in the UK, anyway, there... Oh, okay. Would just be a designated area. I know it's not funny, but that's why I broke up with him. Really, just saying, of 7 years saying those things. Was he saying it jokingly, or was he, like, actually pissed or something? The egg white farts are atrocious. My so is proof. My significant other is proof of their stanky farts. But Pradeep's gonna get you, and it's gonna hurt. I know, last time I came back he was pissed that I wasn't giving him. But I feel so bad because I go up there and he sits so patiently by his food. And it's so cute looking because, like, he's over by his food bowls with his little butt, placed down, sitting, properly waiting, just staring at his food, and he knows that that's the move that he makes if he wants something. Hey, night, Beth, take care. Good to see you. I'm 11 hours into my shift diamond. It's drilling 1 hour left. Drilling diamonds? That's cool. This was years before Uber. Back when in the UK anyway, there would just be a designated area in town and whatever for taxis to wait in, or outside the cinema or Hollywood Bowl and all of that. I guess the taxis stayed on this residential street when they weren't in use because the headquarters were there. I could never work out why they needed a whole house as the taxi rank, nor could I imagine what was in the other rooms. I can make a good guess now, but I don't want to spoil anything. Now anyways, I call these Japens? I call these Jabens. Jabens? What the fuck is this? Jabens. What the fuck is a Jabend? Is that a thing? Japandies? The other jabens who repeatedly pressed the bell on the bus. Is it like a jabroni? Like calling someone a jabroni or a dumbo? I call these jabens... Wait. Jabens, a British insult, especially common in Northern England, especially around Manchester. It roughly translates to idiot, stupid person. Jeb is often euphemism for F, Serbian, Croatian, jabadi, to F. End, a clipped form of bell end, which infers a vulgar British insult referring to the tip of a penis. So it's like saying a fuck end. You're a proper jaben, mate. You're a total idiot. Oh, okay, nice. Proper. Absolute proper jabend. Just the tip. Anyway, I'll call these jabens Munter taxis, because it's as good a name as any. So me and Jimbo were making our way home past Munter taxis when I had to stop to do my God fucking damn it. So me and Jimbo were making our way home past Munter taxis when I had to stop to do my shoelace up. These were the days before ChatGPT and Skibbity toilets, so you had to tie your own damn shoes back then. And so that's what I did. I stopped to crouch. That's actually pretty funny. Just like reference like the past and say like just the most generic thing. No, this is back before ChatGPT, so back then I had to wipe my own ass. So that's what I did. I stopped and crouched down and began to tie my lace. Shock horror, I guess I'd accidentally stopped next to one of the Munter taxis car. God fucking damn it, dude. I don't know why I can't keep up with this one. Shock horror, I guess I'd accidentally decided... Shock horror, I guess I'd accidentally decided to stop next to one of Munter taxis. What kind of fucking name is Munter? If you're like coming up with a random name, you come up with a Munter. Munter. I just saw a Munter under my bed. It's a Munter taxi. Shock horror. I guess I'd accidentally decided to stop next to one of Munter taxi's cars though, because within seconds of me dropping to my knees, the door to the taxi rank burst open, and an angry middle-aged Turkish guy came charging out. He hooted at the top of his voice, screaming at Jimbo and me. What were we doing? Why had we stopped there? What were we trying to do to his effing taxi? He was sick of us damn R-word kids effing up their cars. Were we cops? Were we keying the taxi? Wait, were we cops? Huh? Now I jumped to my feet, gesturing to my half-tied lace, and told him that I had in fact stopped to tie my shoelace. The Turkish man almost exploded in rage at this. I was absolutely baffled. He grabbed me and slammed me against the taxi, which, yeah, nice one, mate. If you're worried about someone vandalizing your stupid arse car, then good idea slamming a body up against it. And Jimbo, of course, decided that now was the perfect time to start taunting this taxi boss, calling him a prick and demanding that he let go of me, that we weren't doing anything wrong. But if he didn't let me go there and then he'd have a lot to reckon with. And I have no idea what Jimbo even had in mind. I don't think he'd ever thrown a punch in his entire life, and still probably hasn't, but he was a mouthy sod at times. Taxi wanker was having none of it and dragged me forward and then slammed me back again, and then he threw me aside and pointed at the car. He screamed that I put a dent in it when I'd tied my shoelace. Back before ChatGPT. Joel, help. What happened? Are you being kidnapped? Type I'm being kidnapped if you're being kidnapped. We will know. It'll be the signal. Type I haven't brushed my teeth tonight if you haven't done that. Holy shit. Everyone in my chat's being kidnapped. I have to choose one of you to save. You need moderation? How come? Someone's saying something bad. I feel like normally I can like see if someone says something bad. Oh, wait, who are you arguing with? So you agree that women should leave America and leave it to... Wait, who are you guys talking to? Daily Brew. I say something like the world belongs to everyone. Oh, Germanic. Naughty, naughty, naughty. Wait, what's this? What do you mean when I say something like this? The world belongs to everyone, so therefore the president's African mass. Oh. Well, I mean, like, if you guys want to talk about whatever you're talking about, just know that you're probably going to talk yourself in circles. So, if it's cool with all of you, I'm not going to, like, ban anybody here, because I don't think anybody's being, like... Or I don't really have the full context, but if you guys could just not, you know, aggressively argue with one another, I suppose. Or, you know, well, you know, it's like sometimes I think, like, maybe a nice little discussion down there would be... in the chat would be good, but I guess at the same time, if you know it's one of those ones where neither of you are going to concede, you should leave it to me to argue with you guys. I'll argue with you. You're gonna go cry. You know, that's okay. Honestly, crying is good. It means you're letting out all the weakness. That's why babies do it. They're full of it. They're made of jelly. Every baby is made of jelly, and every tear that leaves their body is muscle synthesizing within themselves, turning into a man. A tough man with a hairy chest. That's a good point, though. I never actually thought about that. Like, if someone disagrees with me, I could just cry. I could just cry like a little baby. If I cry like a baby, they'll stop because they'll think that I'm a baby, and they'll want to console me like a little child. They'll put me in their arms and rock me back and forth, and therefore I've won the argument. Joel, he said he hopes her friend gets deported. I thought it was the boyfriend who said he hopes they get deported and therefore they broke up. Did you guys start? Is your boyfriend in the chat? Are you guys dating now? Different person? Jesus, everybody's getting deported. A troll. A troll. The only way to defeat a troll is to cast sunlight upon him. Sorry, kitty. Why is he always sitting there? There's a whole ass bed right here, but he wants to be over in the corner. Okay. Taxi Wanker. Taxi Wanker was having none of it, and dragged me forward, then slammed me back again. Then he threw me aside and pointed at the car. He screamed that I put a dent in it when I'd tried. Then he threw me aside and pointed at the car. He screamed that I'd put a dent in it when I'd tied my shoelace, and I helpfully pointed out that it was probably when he slammed me against the taxi just then. And this caused him to grab me and punch me in the stomach. Not very hard, but enough to bring tears to my eyes. Jimbo started yelling at him again, this time taking things a bit more seriously. Meanwhile, two younger guys came out of the taxi rank, a white guy and another Turkish lad. The Turkish guy looked a bit apologetic, but the white guy was someone I'd seen driving the Takis. Giant, delicious potato chips. Am I gonna get deported now? Do you think I'm up next? I'm boned. I'm absolutely boned, aren't I? The Turkish lad looked a bit apologetic, but the white guy was someone I'd seen driving the taxis around town before, a bit of a hard nut. He was holding a plank, getting ready to raise it like he was about to brain me with it. Plank man started yelling at us alongside this taxi guy, and he said that we were the kids who had been repeatedly vandalizing their taxis, and that we were going to be effing paying out. Oh my God, I can't. I just can't. I just can't do it. I absolutely cannot. This plank guy started yelling at us alongside the taxi driver, and he said that we were the kids who had been repeatedly vandalizing their taxis, and that we were gonna effing pay now that they'd caught us. I had never touched their damn taxis before, apart from actually using their services a few times, and I told them this. I said we lived nearby and were just walking home, and I'd stopped to tie my lace. I again pointed out that my lace was untied, and if they'd just look, they'd see that I hadn't done anything to the freaking taxi. Young Turk leaned in and whispered something to this taxi guy. Plank guy did that thing that the hard kids in schools do, where they lunge at you and then stop, trying to intimidate me. He waved the plank around, and I genuinely thought that he was going to hit me for a second. Jimbo had his phone out, and this was the days of the Nokia 3310s, so we didn't have cameras and stuff like that, but we did have the means to call the law. Jimbo said he was going to dial 999 because we had nothing to hide, and this caused Taxi Wanker to freak out. He started screaming and hollering that if we called the law, we'd be dead man. Dead man. We'd be dead man. It's all form a circle and get married and then cry, or cry and then get married, or whatever does order seems most efficient. Can I grab some love advice from you? You're going to want to use a very specific type of lube. No, I'm just kidding. What is your question for the Grand Master of Relations? Fisso, Skivcool, thank you for the gift or membership to the Sinful Yogini. Thank you, Fisso. Hope I'm saying that right. No, Booty, you're good. Ask any question you would like. I do not mind. He started screaming and hollering that if we called the law, we'd be dead men. And Christ on a cracker, buddy. Overreacting much? And that's when I twigged that maybe something more serious was going on here than a taxi firm being protective over their vehicles. I figured we probably needed to extricate ourselves from the situation pretty sharply, and I shot Jimbo a look, hoping he'd understand exactly what I was thinking. Instead, he called the men a bunch of tossers. Well, nothing for it. I shoved Taxi Wanker with all my might, knocking him into the plank man, and then Jimbo and I pounded sand and ran down the street, darting across the busy main road and narrowly missing being flattened by the number 8 bus to Staple Grove. Then we were back at my house and home free. My stomach, where Tanker Wanker. Alright, so I used to work with a girl who's very beautiful and was somewhat athletic, right? This was in October 2022, and we worked for about 2 months together before I started crushing on her. Okay. Full name and aliases. Yeah, we're gonna need your IP address to finish this love advice. No, I'm just kidding. My stomach hurt where Taxi Wanker had punched me, But other than that, we were safe, and we vowed that we wouldn't take that shortcut back from the park anymore and thought nothing of it. Now, a few months later, my dad showed me a story in the paper. A local taxi firm had been shut down for their role in distributing heroin and cocaine. And get this, smuggling blood diamonds. And yep, of course, it was Munter taxis. So I guess that's what they used an entire house for. God damn it. My stomach hurt. Oh yeah, fuck. And yep, of course, it was Munter taxis. So I guess that's why they used an entire house as their headquarters, storing and packing drugs, and again, I emphasize this, blood diamonds. Jimbo and I almost came a cropper from honest-to-God blood. Now, Jimbo and I almost came a cropper from honest-to-God blood diamond smugglers. That's kind of badass, if not a bit terrifying, and in retrospect, it's no wonder they got so touchy-feely about me stopping to tie my shoe. Where's Pradeep? He was here, he's not there, he's not... Oh, there he is. Again. Oh, fuck. Oh, good boy. I need to get my little thing over here. He's just laying on the cold carpet. Oh, fuck, I'm tight. Got a tight asshole. I used to be severely overweight, like I'm talking like 5'10", 300 pounds, and back then, whenever I started developing feelings for anyone, I just forced myself to stop because I was so unconfident. Okay. There's more to come. Greetings from Puerto Rico. Love your channel. Thank you, Omar. Good to see you. Tight and grippy. There's submissive and breedable, and then there's tight and grippy. People forget about that, the different categories. It's like being an IMFJ, being a T and G. This story happened to my mom in the 60s, but she's given me permission to share it with you today. She was about 4 years old and playing with her friends at a local park. It was a whole group of them hanging out in the swings and whatnot. Back then, kids just played without parent supervision, and we see that as the good old days. But sometimes... Fuck, what the hell was that? Was that the good old days coming back? This time, however, was different. I felt like I needed to change because she was my dream girl, so I started to change. Working out like my life depended on it. I was 17, by the way, just getting ready for uni. It might sound like a trumpet, but as you get reshaped, you'll sound more like a drum set if you catch my drift. I don't know, then. Okay, so Booty Looter likes a girl, and he's getting in shape from 300 pounds, 5'10". I like where the story's going. Back then, kids just played without supervision, and we see that as the good old days, but sometimes it's understandable why modern parents are a bit stricter on where their kids can go. Now, this was back in the United Kingdom. Parks used to have a parkkeeper who would be employed by the council to maintain the grass, keep the play park equipment working, things like that. And now everything is done by outside contractors. But back in the day, it used to be a guy, usually a retiree who wore a parkkeeper uniform and had a little shack on the corner of the park. Most parkkeepers would become a popular staple with the kids who played there, and Mr. Claude was no different. Mum says he was a friendly old lad with a twinkle in his eye and a bag of toffees he'd secretly offer to his favorite kids, one of whom was my mum. Mr. Claude was friends with my grandparents too. He'd been a local fixture in the town for as long as they could remember, and everyone had fond opinions of the old fella. Fond opinions. Mr. Claude. Mr. Claude. Love how real you are. You connect with us. You also make us laugh when you accidentally misspeak because you have no idea what's about to happen. Thank you, Curbs. Good to see you, dude. Fast forward 2023 June, I dropped to 200. Holy shit, nice, dude. In decent shape, developed my newbie gains, but she switched from the pharmacy department to the front store. I wouldn't see her as often. So now you need to break into her house. I see where this is going. I'm just kidding, but... Desperate times call for desperate measures. This is true love. And when you truly love somebody... A lot of people say you should let them go. I say you should... trap them in your basement. If Genghis Khan can have 55 wives, I think some of us can have like one that's just like a little, that was just like, you know, taken through uncouth means. Don't want to hear about your boo hole. Gotta worry about my own. What? Why not? I'm stronger than you, and your curse will return tenfold. I protected Odin and Freya. They won't let you slide. Oh, that's a bit weird. Maybe you're role-playing? I don't know. A bit strange, my friend. Bit strange. Do not bring the curse of Freya and Odin upon this chat. I tell you now. I rebuke you. I rebuke. Most Parkkeepers would become a popular... Oh, wait. Okay. And Mr. Claude was no different. Mr. Claude was friends with my grandparents, too. He'd been a local fixture in the town for as long as they could remember, even, and everyone had fond opinions of the old fella. And that's why when Mr. Claude approached Mum in the park that day, she thought nothing of it. He called her over, away from her friends, and patted the bench under the tree for her to sit down. Mum joined him, and he asked if she was having a good day, if she was having fun, if she'd be starting school that autumn, just usual friendly chit-chat from the town's grandpa. Mum was a polite kid who loved to befriend and please adults, so she was only too happy to answer his questions. Mr. Claude reached into his pocket and withdrew his traditional rumbled. We DM'd for a bit and she was very nice, but it was clear that messaging-wise I was not her priority. She took 4 to 12 hours or 1 to 2 days to get back to me, but I was too pussy to even be myself. So this was whilst you were in your better shape, right? Or this was previously. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna say something right now, like, if you don't feel like someone's priority, right, to communicate with them, if there isn't some degree of, like, excitement, you know what I mean, for them to communicate with you, for them to progress things and things of that nature, you know what I mean, like, and it's not like it always needs to immediately have that energy right out the gate, as obviously you can just kind of keep that sort of thing casual, but the, you know, the last thing you want to do in your life is to really, like, I gave up after that a bit, however, even then I'm telling you this, the girl lived rent-free in my head 24/7, 365. Right, yeah, exactly, and, you know, it's just, that's going to happen, you know, especially if you were 17 and then over the period of newbie gains, like, you know, you're just, people, when you're young and you're a dude, like, you romanticize every, like, single person that you come across, especially if there's a degree of, like, insecurity from your body type and all that kind of stuff. And honestly, at the end of the day, the only thing I can really say for you is to just stay focused on your bag, you know what I mean? Stay focused on your progression, whether it's in your education, your business, your personal, like, spiritual growth, your personal, like, physical well-being, all that kind of stuff. You know, it's going to happen. Like, you're going to be just, like, a little bit obsessed with someone to the point that it, like, hurts your confidence. But I would say just, as jokingly as people say the term of like being nonchalant is or whatever, and sometimes it's difficult to pretend that way as well. But, just find other things. If it's difficult to not think about her, just find other things to fill your time, or things that you find, who knows, maybe writing or art or playing the piano or creating music and something, or going down, going down and meeting somebody else at a music thing or a get together, just basically filling your time with something else that is not another person's attention, because at the end of the day, you're going to just be so much happier in life when you're focusing on you. You know what I mean? You're going to be so much more satisfied when the acceptance of another person, especially the opposite sex, is the top priority. You know what I mean? So I spend my time tattooing my friends' ball bags. There you go. You could start with that. You might find a passion tattooing scrotes. Hold up, though. There's so much more. So I get even more jacked, I swear. And in 2024, I DM her again, and we talk for a bit. And it's like mostly an interview by me and some delayed responses from her. Sounds pretty usual. But I'll listen. I'll wait and listen. I'll sit my ass down and listen. Mr. Claude reached into his pocket and withdrew his traditional rumpled paper bag of toffees, which he'd buy from the local corner shop. He gave Mum a toffee, and then, after a minute, he asked her if she liked kittens. Of course, what little kid doesn't like kittens, so Mum said yes, and Mr. Claude told her that the park cat, Shelley, had recently had kittens and they were in the Parkkeeper's shack. Then we talk about music, life, workout, running, and eventually I give up again. 2 months ago, I had a dream. Oh, a dream. Okay, a premonition. A vision from an angel. I hope. Of course, what little kid doesn't like kittens? So Mum said yes, and Mr. Claude told her that the park cat, Shelley, had recently had kittens and they were in his Parkkeeper's shack on the other side of the park, if she wanted to see them. Mum did, of course. She hadn't really been briefed that well on stranger danger, but she says that even if she had, it was Mr. Claude, so she would have trusted him enough to go with him. Go with him she did, and he led her by the hand to his hut. Inside, he locked the door, not that Mum realized that at the time, and then had her sit on a stool. She looked around but couldn't see Shelley or the kittens anywhere. Mr. Claude made a point of trying to find the kittens and couldn't, and then pulled a little cat sock puppet out of a drawer. Mum says he made her laugh pretending it was Shelley, the park cat, and everything seemed fine. And then Mr. Claude reached into the drawer again and pulled out a magazine. He showed it to Mum and asked her what she thought of it. It was a nudie magazine. Mum told him she didn't know and got shy and a bit scared. And then Mr. Claude began flicking through the magazine, showing her increasingly explicit images of women. Mum can't remember for sure, as it was nearly 60 years ago now, but she thinks she remembers it being some kind of fetish magazine. Mr. Claude began asking her, a little girl. Jesus. Music. Oh wait, did I miss it? Booty. I DM her, and at this point we're on a break at home from our respective schools. Nice, and you're jacked. That's all that matters. End of story. That's all I had to hear. I DM her again, and I get the fastest, greatest, and longest response. Oh. Wait, did something happen in between? Was it just the getting jacked part? Hey, see ya, Jesse. Have a good night. Very true. Not enough butt whoopings to get them to human beings instead of heathens. I have no clue. Oh, okay. Mr. Claude began asking her, a little girl, if she liked what was in the magazine. Again, Mum said that she didn't know, and began to get a bit tearful and scared. Mr. Claude started to get cross with her, and told her that a Parkkeeper was a bit like a policeman, and she had to listen to him and do what he said. I don't want to repeat what he told her to do next, but thank God Mum said no. She jumped off that stool and stomped her foot and told him that grown-ups don't say things like that to little girls. She remembers Mr. Claude laughing at this and telling her that she was a precious little brat. We think that he must have said precocious, but this is how she remembers it. And then he grabbed her by the wrist and began trying to guide her hand somewhere. And to this day, I'm sure someone was looking out for Mum, because before Mr. Claude could do anything, there was a harsh knocking at the door. It was Mum's brothers. Oh, okay. Hey Joel, I wrote this for you. Roses are red, the sun gives off heat. If your legs get tired, use my face as a seat. Perfect. It's beautiful. It's a little Wayne lyric. Roses are red, the sun gives out heat. My legs get tired, use my face as a seat. She's in Ireland right now with her family. She'll probably be back before the end of the week. Do I shoot my shot? Yeah, you know, if you haven't done anything at this point to like if she hasn't told you to fuck off or anything like that, and you haven't done anything that makes yourself look weird or embarrassed or whatever, yeah, just whatever, you know? No, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, though, just no worries, you know what I mean? It's just, life is just one step at a time, and right now it's you have these experiences with women, but mainly I think the most fun part is just focusing on yourself and hanging out with friends, and it can be co-ed situation. You never know what the fuck is going to happen, At the end of the day, though, you just don't want someone else's acceptance of you to dictate your perception of yourself. Because if you want to get good at the whole Riz bullshit, it's really just repetition. So if you just think of this as it's batting practice, you know what I'm saying? No, I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? It's like making friends in school. When you made friends in school, you probably it felt awkward and strange, and thankfully the other kids were just as awkward and strange as they were trying to make friends too, and eventually people's social sort of expectations start to even out, and you just get better at basically pretending to be a normal human being, because we're all just a little strange and insecure and weird inside. And just I guess the number one thing that you're doing good is not being afraid to, one, get better, both in your physicality and that sense of confidence, and then also just putting yourself out there. That's really the number one success. You're literally I know the old saying of you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take, Michael Scott or whatever, but it's truly true. I mean, if you're too afraid to fail, you'll never surprise yourself when you succeed. And when you surprise yourself when you succeed, you're your confidence goes up 1,000,000%, and now you're just even more likely to succeed the time after that and the time after that. And then who knows, maybe people just start walking up to you and putting their fucking phone number in your back pocket, and you're what the fuck? Okay, I guess. She can smell my confidence. It was Mum's brothers, Jules and Andrew. They'd come looking for Mum to bring her home for tea, and the other little kids told them that Mr. Claude had taken her to his shed. My Uncle Jules says he always suspected that Mr. Claude was a wrong'un, so he ran straight over. Then when they tried to enter the hut and found it locked, they began to panic. Thankfully, Jules was bashing on the door, causing Mr. Claude. I attribute my whole life change to her. That's why she means so much to me. She's genuinely so pretty, has the most beautiful hair, such a cute sense of style. Yeah, and sometimes that's a lot of what we do as guys really is just to impress girls. That's and I'm sure a lot of things that girls do is to impress guys. It's just, that's the psychosexual dynamic of being a human being. And honestly, if you feel like a better person because of her, then that's fucking awesome, you know? Not to mention she's religious, which is important. Yeah, and if that's important for you too, then, one step at a time. But I think religious girls also appreciate confidence as well. So as long as you're never like pushy or like, I don't know, just insecure, because they suss that shit out so fucking fast. And it's such a massive turn off to them, you know what I mean? You just don't want to come off like a dingus or whatever. Life-altering psychosis. They'd like that too. Chicks dig men who are psychotic and see red. Hottest thing a guy can do is be himself. Yeah, exactly. I think that's why a lot of the times like girls love like entertainers. It's like the center of attention type character. Or like my one buddy, he works as a bartender, and he says it's kind of like the same thing. Like he's in his element. He's confident. He's at his job that he's been in forever, and he's just like, these chicks see him, making him drinks, and he's just kind of like being goofy, running the show and stuff, and they just like love that sense of confidence, obviously mixing the alcohol a little bit too. And can we proofread your text? Nah, dude, you're good, bro. That's the one thing. I mean, like, I get the idea of like, okay, does this text look good? But sometimes just fucking like, how are you around your friends, Like, obviously you don't want to like, because eventually you want to get to the point where you can feel comfortable with her anyways, so don't worry about proofreading a text. Like, just send the shit. Who cares? It's like hitting a fucking jump on the BMX bike, man. You just gotta send it, bro. Yeah, you're good, man. I mean, just how it goes when you're young, It's like, and this is just a stepping stone to a more confident, more wise you. Just talk to her like you talk to me, and then you say like the most heinous shit ever, and she just blocks you. You're like, ah, fuck. That was the worst advice ever. Thankfully, Jules bashing on the door caused Mr. Claude to panic, and he unlocked the door to let Mum go. When they got home, they told my grandparents how Mr. Claude had tried to behave, but they told Mum that she must have misunderstood him, and that sweet old Mr. Claude wouldn't possibly have wanted to hurt Mum, but she should never go alone with adults like that again, but also definitely shouldn't worry or be traumatized by it. I would be so mad at my grandparents for this, except Uncle Jules concluded the story for us. When the rest of the kids had gone to bed, he stayed up and eavesdropped on Granddad talking to a couple of his work buddies about Mr. Claude. They said it was high time that something was done about that dirty old man. The next week, there was a new Parkkeeper at the local park. Nobody heard from Mr. Claude again. Oh shit, he's dead. Oh shit, Booty Looter 9000 with the 28 Canadian. Thank you, bro. I owe you one. No worries, man. Like I said, you're always going to be you, So just try to be the best you can be, and everything else will fall into place. The next week, there was a new Parkkeeper at the local park. Nobody heard from Mr. Claude again. The story went that he'd gone up country to live with his son because she was getting on. The next week, there was a new Parkkeeper at the local park. Nobody heard from Mr. Claude again. The story went that he'd gone up country to live with his son because he was getting on in years. Maybe that's true. Maybe the local dads chased him off. Or maybe they banded together and delivered another kind of old-fashioned justice. Who can say? I feel my entire worldview changed tonight. I haven't moved in like 10 minutes out of fight or flight. Have you seen that video where like the guy like smoked weed and the other guy's like, I'm Sub-Zero the way I'm freezing people, and then like The one guy's just got his hands on his face, and he's just like, I was paralyzed. I was paralyzed. I was paralyzed. I was just paralyzed. I was paralyzed. He just keeps screaming that he was paralyzed because he was high as shit. It was just so fucking funny. So I assume that's what happened to Cinnamon. You forgot that I can perceive your message. I can see it. I can see it inside your fucking head, man. I can see it there, man. It's crazy. Okay. Guys, we're going to read the outro. Are you guys familiar with the outro? How do you do documentary? Documentary? You mean on Saturn Soul? Love to make someone want to fall in love with you like their life feeling vaguely threatened. Exactly, dude. And if you do it long enough, eventually they're just like, well, it's probably safest if I just go along with it. Documentary. That's how I say. I say documentary. Angela, what's up? Alright guys, we're going to read the outro and then we're going to get you out of here. It's only been 5.5 hours. That's a short stream. Think long and hard of what color I'm thinking of. I feel like I'm leaning towards like a purple. Let's see, did I get it? Maybe a purple inside of an orange. It was lavender. Nice, dude, I knew it. I'm psychic. I'm psychic. Yeah. I'm psychic. I'm psychic. Yeah. They sing that at UK psychic tournaments. Hey psychic. Hey psychic. Yeah. Hey psychic. And he's sitting there with like his hands on his side of his temples, like moving the ball with his fucking mind. Hey psychic. Hey psychic. Yeah. And then but then some other guy's like head explodes because it's too psychic. Your head exploded. Your head exploded. Your head exploded. Now you're dead. And they all cheers. They all cheers their beers. Your turn to guess. Okay, I'm gonna actually try here. I'm gonna actually try here. Let's think of a thing. Okay, does it have to? I'm just gonna do a generic. I'm just gonna do a generic one thing color, but I'll think of like a secondary color to see if you get that one too, or get that more specific. It's still one color overall, but I'm gonna be specific about it. All right. Yeah, you said it was your turn. Your turn to guess, and you're like, "What? I'm guessing now?" That's what fucking. It's the part of the fucking game. Okay, I did. Yep, I'm thinking. I thought it and thinking in my head, and I've continued to think it. Are you guessing one color or two? Just guess one color. We'll do that. We'll start with one color. You can be specific though. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever gone to like Lowe's or a hardware store and they have all those like? But you get the idea. Lime green. No, it's incorrect. Damn. All right. Well, damn. I guess nobody here is psychic. Red, wrong again. Damn. Lime green and red, the furthest away on the color wheel. Light blue. It is light blue. Nice, Christy. Christy got it. It's like a bit of a what's periwinkle blue? Let's see, that's periwinkle blue. Yeah, it's kind of like that, I think. Let me get rid of this filter. Yeah, it was like a periwinkle blue. Well, maybe not necessarily. It's like a grayish blue. I was imagining like some type of room. Maybe a room by the sea. What do you win? You get to think of the outro now. As I read it here, think of something funny. Or you're fired. Or you're fired. You're fired. If it's not funny, you gotta watch an entire Donald Trump rally speech from the year 2016. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Also, I have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember... Oh yeah, what were we going to say? First rule of Fight Club? Twerk. That's good. That's funny. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, first rule of Fight Club, twerk. Your head exploded. Your head exploded. Your head exploded. And now you're dead. It's like 1,000,000% what they would cheer at a fucking psychic tournament. All right. Guys, thank you so much for hanging with me tonight. I appreciate you. Once again, we got a new history podcast, our twist of history, everywhere you listen to podcasts under the Ballin Studios umbrella. It is the #1 rated history podcast in all of time. They had podcasts 2,000 years ago when the history was being written. They just didn't realize it. It was called like sitting around a fire and talking. But anyways, going to get this up, this audio up and edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. And then we'll get it up on YouTube, same time, same place today at 9 p.m. EST. Go follow my Instagram at letsread.official. Be kept up to date when I go live next. Otherwise, I'll be back streaming this Sunday. But I love you guys 1,000,000%. And not just parasocially, like I'm literally in your fucking house eating your food out of your fridge. Just kidding. It's a little parasocial, but whatever. You get the idea. All right. Bye.